Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Three Waters Infrastructure and Environment Committee meeting today. So a quick karakia. Tēnā koutou, kua hui mai nei, ki tēnei whare o tātou, ki te kōrero, ki te whakarongo, ki ngā kaupapa o tō hapori. Nō mai, taute mai, tēnā koutou katoa. So, apologies this morning. I think we have one from Councillor Tim Scandrett, and we have one from Sarah Templeton who needs to leave around 11, is it, I think? Yeah.
We should record an apology for lateness for the Mayor as well.
And we will record an apology for the lateness for the Mayor. Aaron hasn't put one in, has he? Okay. Do I have a mover? Andrew Turner, seconded Jake. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed, that's carried. I just remind members to be vigilant for any declarations of interest that you may have, if there are any to declare. Not at the moment. But if anything comes up, don't hesitate to let us know. Now we do have one public forum today, and it's on the Opawaho Heathcote River Stormwater, and I welcome Genevieve Robinson to come and address the meeting. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, welcome.
Thank you. I do have a few props here, if anyone wants to look at any. There's lots of pegs.
And thank you for all the slides that you've sent through, Genevieve.
Okay.
We've had
There's
a look
lots
at them.
of combs and things, but you're welcome to have a look. These are actually plastic noodles you might like to look at.
What did you say they are? Plastic noodles?
Plastic noodles, they're the raw building block for all plastics. They come in a variety of colours and shapes. So basically that is the crux of this conversation and talk today, along with some of the things you'll see on the slides. Right, in front of you you'll see a whole series of pegs. It's been handed round, and I'll just start my talk now. We as a community have a complete disconnect between microplastics in the environment and the conservation of marine mammals and seabirds. During my time working in and as a marine and freshwater volunteer, I have not only witnessed the seriousness of accumulated plastics at the Fox River landfill disaster, which I attended, I have been actively documenting varied distribution of raw plastic noodles, microplastics and marine waste in our own city waterways and bays. In August of this year, I was asked to participate in the collection of samples of noodles, which you see, the tiny wee raw plastics, and microplastics on the South Shore Spit. Sorry, that's just a... I met with Raquel from Algalita South Pacific, a New Zealand affiliate of the US-based Ocean Gyre Plastic Monitoring Group, Algalita Marine Research. We spent 2 hours collecting these samples, which were then sent to the US to be tested for PCBs and other harmful chemicals and bacterium. Although we are yet to receive results of these tests, which are now part of a worldwide research project and initiative, we do have similar results from other projects across the globe, which I have been distributed to you all. The Avon Heathcote Estuary, South Shore Spit and beaches of Sumner and New Brighton are somewhat unique. The tidal waters and surrounding shoreline host a number of wildlife, such as the godwits, which come to rest, nest and forage, and an increase in sightings of Hector's dolphins in the estuary itself. It is evident that the plastics found within the estuary boundary are stemming from stormwater drains and outlets, and we know this because we can identify the differences and characteristics between these plastics, which have spent many months at sea, to those found in this South Shore area, in the overall colour, texture, shape, and whether or not the item is washed up intact. You see on the map here there's a highlighted red circle. This is what they call a hotspot, and this is coming from the United States. They are wanting to target this area for PCBs in particular, which we know is there's a local dump site of PCBs stemming from about the 1970s. So the items we're finding most commonly are bottle tops, both plastic and metal, hair combs fully intact, clothes pegs, garment tags, plastic noodles of all colours, industrial glues, lids and bases, bread tags, small toys such as soldiers, wheels from toy cars, tin cans, complete bottles, ice cream spoons, wound tape, complete with tape, biros and hair ties. Items found normally on a beach coming from the sea are so different. They might be plastic noodles, which is common, nylon rope from fishing, such as lobster nets, small plastics, toy spades, handles from plastic buckets, and various broken plastics, and especially tailing rings from lambing season. In the past 10 years, there has been an increased need to research and document plastic ingestion and wildlife. That's me collecting a peg, excuse me. This is from a 40-minute beach clean. This is like 4 or 5 times that in real life. Although we as a country need to change our thinking surrounding the use of plastics, there needs to be a clear pathway to change at both local and regional levels. We need to integrate the technology that is already available, such as the litter trap, which is retrofitted into the intake and outlets of storm drain networks, and embrace this as a new norm at infrastructure level. I have emailed to the group a number of articles of research which should be read alongside this talk. In particular, the research which highlights the impacts of plastic injection on aquatic life and local seabirds. We in Christchurch are in a position of great privilege. With privilege comes responsibility. We are surrounded by a unique environment which is the chosen habitat of many endangered marine mammals and seabirds. Many of us still walk our dogs and enjoy looking out to sea, but we just can't carry on the way we do.
Sorry, Genevieve, your 5 is up. So
Yeah,
can you
I've got
round
one
up?
sentence.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, good girl.
Sorry, there's usually an alarm bell at like 4. Sorry, I was waiting for that.
That was me.
Sadly, I spend far too much of my own time looking down and not enjoying the beaches because too many people walk past these things. What we need to do as a city is not only accessible, it's now urgent. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for coming in
Sorry,
and
just a couple
presenting that so well to us, and also for pointing out a possible solution that we just need to find funding for if we want to implement litter traps. It sounds like a good prevention, but
Yeah.
of course the best prevention is stopping people doing it in the first place. Thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate
you.
that. And we now have the following deputations are all related to item 6, which is the Zone Committee updates, and I'd like to welcome Professor Aile Marsden and Dr Tim Lindley from the Avon Heathcote Estuary Ihitai Trust to come and talk to us. Welcome. Thanks for coming in.
Morena, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Avon Heathcote Estuary Trust, or more commonly called the Estuary Trust, which is a non-profit making organisation which has relationships with the City Council, Environment Canterbury and local Runanga. We have a management plan which includes visions and goals, which include maintaining clean water, healthy ecosystems and wise management resources in the estuary. With me today is Tim Lindley, and he's a board member. He's going to present the second part of our session here. Our focus as a trust is in maintaining a healthy estuary, and today we want to support the Christchurch West Milton Zone Committee's initiative in their Waterways Partnership Charter. This is, we know we are all interested in the effects of stormwater on communities, and in an estuary it's particularly important because the estuary receives waters from the rivers, stormwaters, groundwater, a lot of inputs, and so everything that comes into the estuary can accumulate there, and that's because the tide goes in and out, so point discharges go in, out so far, but then they come back. During that process, because of the mixing of the seawater, it means that the contaminants, whatever they are, sediments or other contaminants, can accumulate, be deposited in the estuary, and so the estuary is accumulating these effects. So what we want to, we realise that there's a lot of good work being done in infrastructure, improving the conditions in the rivers and the estuary, but we believe, just as the West Melton Zone Committee does, that this can be improved if there's community partnerships, and we're one of the organisations which fully supports this in the work that we do. Tim, you going to carry on?
Yeah, sure. Kia ora tātou. I'm Tim Lindley. I'm on the Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board. Some of you might remember me for that, but I'm here today representing the Avon Heathcote Ihutai Estuary Trust. It's pretty simple, really. There's a raft of issues affecting all of our waterways. There's human modification of the estuary edge and disturbances, there's loss of food, there's pest organisms, and there's lack of connection between the rivers and the sea. Our trust is working on many of these, but across the whole waterways network, there are multiple projects being driven by multiple community groups. City Council, you folk, have an important role across all of these and are engaged with all of these groups, which means that as a city we seem to be moving in the right direction at last in treasuring our waterways, improving our waterways, but we've got a long way to go yet. And it seems to me that the Community Waterways Partnership is an important step in helping capture the synergies that different groups have. It seems crucial that City Council, which has such a central role across the waterways, commits to the Charter. So we support the West Melton Water Zone Committee's recommendation to you today. About our trust, we have multiple projects going on: marsh restoration, so there's Charlesworth Reserve, community events, we run Farewelling the Godwits, the mother of all cleanups, support for community education, student research projects, etc. It's actually quite an exciting group to belong to. So on behalf of us, and we implore you to sign up to this charter and help people work together better. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That was a really good insight to what you people are actually doing to protect the estuary, and I thank you for that too. I know you do incredible work. So we've got a few minutes if anyone has any questions. No other questions? Okay, free to go. Thank you very much. So now we're just going to swap round 4.2 and 4.3. So it's Evan now, is that? Yeah. So welcome Evan Smith from the Avon Takaro Network.
Kia ora koutou. Evan from Avon Takaro Network, talking on behalf of the network here today. We're here along with the other river care groups because we care about our waterways. We have a strong sense of kaitiakitanga toward our waterways and a passion for it. We also, from Avon and Takaro Network's perspective, from our experience, know the power of collaboration and partnership between networks of organisations with shared values and vision. Restoration projects such as our Mahinga Kai exemplar, which was a collaboration between local, regional and central government, iwi, universities, schools and community, is an example of such powerful collaboration. Mother of all cleanups between all the river care groups, council and city care is another good example where 45 different community groups and over 750 volunteers clean up the riversides of the Takaro or Pawaho in the Itai on an annual basis. We also collaborated strongly on joint submissions to get the booms reinstated in the rivers and to get to submit on the stormwater discharge consent process. We need to apply this collaboration and partnership to stormwater issues, particularly addressing stormwater issues at source. And that requires a high level of community awareness raising, education, and effecting behaviour change within the community. We're also aware from our work in the experience in Avataka Network the value of shared vision and values, of a shared kaupapa that informs all our decision making. That also means that we have shared objectives and outcomes, shared approaches and shared behaviours. And it's important that this is across all stakeholders, whether community, iwi, universities or agencies, and across all urban catchments. And that's what the Community Water Partnership is about. We also are aware of the value of a partnering charter, for example, the Avon Charter. It's an expression of shared vision and an expression of an intent to all work together to achieve that vision. And it also expresses the mechanism to achieve this. The process by which the partnership agreement came about was a workshop in October 2018 after some preparatory work by representatives of community organisations, council and ECAN. And the Community Water Partnership Charter in draft was agreed. And now we're at a point where we want endorsement and sign up from the key agencies so we can encourage more community groups to join the collective. The role of the Zone Committee is in providing leadership and mana to this, to spearhead the recommendations to yourself and to Environment Canterbury on behalf of community. So what does it look like and why is it? Recent surveys that the Council conducted show that there's still a very low level of awareness within community of where the water that goes down our drains goes to. Many think still that it goes into the sewer and ends up in Bromley. It doesn't. It ends up in our rivers. It's a completely different system to the sewage system. So what's wrong? What's wrong? What we need to do and inform the community is what's wrong with our rivers and why that's wrong and how we could possibly fix it. People want to know how can they find out more about this. It's very hard to find that information on the various websites. We need a one-stop shop with very key messages for community. People want to know what they can do. There needs to be calls to action and very clear step-by-step guides of what can be done. And how do we change the hearts and minds and behaviour of community to change things at source? We start with the open minds, with the kids. They're the most receptive to these ideas and to understanding this. They understand it, they get it very quickly. Once they get it, the parents get it and the grandparents get it. And it's really important that we have some resources to ensure that we can take these messages out to schools and out to the community in events. And so how do we bring it home? Here's an example of a resource that is currently in production, a trailer of resources for teaching and making people aware about stormwater and how to address these things at household level. That's what an example of what the Community Water Partnership is about. I just wanted to quickly now just talk about some frustrations, I guess, from my part. So we're here today to ask Council to endorse the Community Water Partnership, but not just to endorse it, to support it and to resource it. This is the third or fourth time I've made a plea and a deputation in support of the Community Water Partnership. It's been around for a while, yet we've had no real action on this to date from Council, and that is shameful. This is why the River Care groups jointly submitted on the stormwater discharge consent to ensure Council had a legal obligation to take such action. We shouldn't have to had to coerce you in this way, but if that's what it takes, so be it. We have done so unashamedly. Now you're obliged to demonstrate how you will work with community to action community awareness and education programs about householders can address stormwater quality and quantity issues at individual household level and effect real behaviour change that enhances our waterways. Endorsing, supporting and resourcing the partnership is how you can do this. We need resourcing internally within council to staff facilitation of this work, and we need resourcing for river care groups to support the work in the community. For too long, we have been invited to contribute significantly to work on these projects alongside council and ECAN staff, but we do so pro bono on a voluntary basis. We can only do that for so long. If you value our input so much, you need to start funding it. Resourcing the partnership and its objectives amounts to a very small drop in the bucket compared to the hundreds of millions you invest in Three Waters infrastructure each year, yet it could provide exceptional value for money in terms of potential results. You have recognised the climate crisis and the ecological crisis. The latter includes the ecology of our waterways as well as our terrestrial ecosystems. It's now time for action. It's time to wake up and put your money where your mouth is. Show some leadership here. Endorse, support and resource this initiative. Don't make us have to come back yet another year and do the same old deputation again. We owe it to our mokopuna, our grandchildren, to take action. Thank you. Ngā mihi nui. Any questions?
Kia ora, thank you very much for a very succinct and pointed message there, Evan. I appreciate that. Are there any questions, Evan? And I know you have been before, It is a matter of our resources as well. But what we're looking at here is perhaps like a three-pronged approach, supporting the community to step in and not only help clean up historical stuff, but actually to reduce and educate people to reduce actually putting the contaminants in there in the first place. And then we need council resourcing our infrastructure as well to actually clean up any waters that do carry sediment and whatever down. So we know what to do, we just need to find a way to get there to do it. Sorry, Yanni, did you have a quick question there?
And sorry, I was just trying to find the charter, but it's my understanding from the charter, it doesn't bind any of the groups to do anything. So I'm failing to see how that charter is actually going to address the concerns that you've raised.
It's an expression of an intent to work together for a common vision. The groups wish to remain autonomous, as I'm sure council does as well, to make your own decisions, but it doesn't mean to say that we can't work as a whole. Nothing is binding in it, but people didn't want their activities bound by the charter. But it's an expression of intent that we have very common values and common vision, and we'll work together to realise that.
Address what I think is one of the key points of your deputation, which is around the resourcing issue.
It provides the basis for that. It provides the framework by which we can some degree of accountability, but it also provides the framework within which resourcing can be put in place so that some staff can help facilitate the initiatives that come out of the partnership, one of which is that stormwater resource, the trailer resource. We're going to need funding to train people in how to use that so when they go out to the community. Where does the money for that come from? The money needs to be set aside for community water partnership initiatives.
Right. So do you think, just to finally clarify that point, do you think when we agree to this, we should be setting aside a budget allocation to achieve
for the last
resources into achieving
couple of LTPs and annual plans? There's been provision for $1 million set aside on an annual basis for the community water partnership. That's always been redlined out. Yet it's a very insignificant part of the whole infrastructure Three Waters spend. And that small amount of money could produce enormous results in the community and then in the waterways. It's a smart way to use money to produce results.
And final question.
Erin, just in terms of if council endorses this, is there a sense that will bring some mana to it, which will then attract funding from others as well?
Absolutely.
Right,
yes.
so it's an important step.
Absolutely,
in acknowledging. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Excellent deputation.
Thank you.
And to invite Annabelle Hasselman from the Opawaho Heathcote River Network to also talk to us about the partnership. Welcome, Annabelle.
Morena.
Love the t-shirt.
Morena, I'm Annabelle Hasselman and I'm the chair of the Opawaho Heathcote River Network, and I'm really here just to reinforce the words of the groups that have gone before me in making a plea to the council to support the Community Water Charter. And the OHRN, the Opawaho Heathcote River Network, and all the groups before me support the Community Water Charter Partnership, and the City Council needs, as Evan has reinforced, needs to provide funding and support to enable it to uphold its conditions of the global stormwater consent, which is where this has come out of, one of the issues. And it's not only to reinforce actions, it's to reinforce behaviour change within the community and to support community groups who are a key interface between the City Council and agencies and the actual community. The purpose of the Charter is really developing that community water engagement program through education and awareness. And if the Charter is a collaboration, it's all about collaboration, it's about coordination, and it's about consistency. And that's got the Christchurch City Council all over it, really. And you can see in collaboration, we can achieve more together than as separate groups. Coordination, the Charter provides an instrument to help us share information and resources. And consistency, a consistent message to the community. It's no point each individual group devising things. It just makes it so much stronger if we can pool resources and have one consistent message to try and enforce behaviour change. What is the impact of the Community Water Charter Partnership and its charter? It will initiate behaviour change amongst our community. It will improve the health of our precious waterways, and it will identify the City Council as a lead agency in that change. And my final word is support the Community Water Partnership. Why wouldn't you?
Thank you. So where is that, Annabelle? Where is that picture? Trying to run away.
Oh,
The
sorry.
Year 12s did it. Yeah.
Oh, really? Did they?
Yeah, I opened it. The second period set of toilets I opened. Yeah, they're far more colourful than the first.
That's fantastic. Yeah, and I think you've answered Yanni's question previously quite well too, talking about collaboration, coordination and consistency. That's a resource in itself.
Yeah.
And to tap into that once we build this thing, I think it's a brilliant idea. Are there any questions for Annabelle? No? Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now I invite Bill Swallow, the network of the Island Stream. Welcome, Bill.
Sorry. Hi. Bill? Thank you. I'd like to thank the council for allowing us the chance to have this deputation. It's great. Thank you. So my name's Bill Swallow. I represent the network of the Island Stream, and I'm here with my colleague Bill Carroll. We like to keep it simple in our society, so everyone's named the same. So what I'd like to do is just to sort of paint a brief picture of what our society is about, what's achieved and what we'd like to do, and how this relates to the Community Water Partnership. So just to give you background on the Island Stream, just to refresh your memory, it flows from Avonhead Park, and you can see it in the background of the slide up there, and it wends its way through many houses and through, besides Avonhead Park, goes through Crosby Park and then into the university grounds close to the staff club. Photos from the 1920s show that the stream had plenty of water in it, but over the decades it has tended to dry out, and this is a problem with the streams in the northwest of Christchurch. And it's really important that a stream has water in it, because if it doesn't have water in it, people just treat it as a drain. And there's a huge difference in people's perceptions of amenity value between streams and drains. Our society has been operating for over 16 years, and we've worked closely with the Christchurch City Council and the Selwyn District Council. In fact, that was one of the plans for putting water into the stream. The stream flowing through Avonhead Park there actually comes from a water race in Ryan's Road, and the council put the waterway through Avonhead Park to put it through to the headwaters of the Island Stream. Our society has run several planting days, and we had a very successful planting day planting the banks of that stream up there. We had over 80 people from the local community. We work closely with the local community. We've just had another successful planting day with the local guides in Crosby Park. And we find that working with young people is a wonderful thing. It gives us some energy. And it's great to see the enthusiasm. So, what needs to be done? While we've been active for over 16 years, there's still much work to be done to improve the stream's amenity value, biodiversity and ecological health. As I said previously, most people like the idea of a stream bubbling through their property, but they're quite averse to having a stormwater drain with all its inherent problems of flash flows and flush contaminants. To us, to our community, the chief thing is for people to have a positive attitude towards stormwater flows, or streams as I should say, because we want to keep that emphasis on it being a stream rather than just a drain. And I guess one of the key things we keep coming back to, particularly for the Island Stream, is the fact that it needs that regular flow of water through it. It's absolutely vital. And I mean, it's been a huge improvement having the water coming from the water race in terms of how people view the stream. But we still have our problems with intermittent flow, even with water from the water race. So we've been petitioning the council to try and help us solve that problem as well. So I guess one of the things that we've learned over the years too is it's a pretty complex situation out there, and if it was simple, I suppose someone would fix it. And I think that's why we appreciate having the community partnership, is it helps to give an idea of what the priorities are, and it gives people a chance to talk to them as well. So we thoroughly endorse the idea of the community partnership and urge the council to sign up to it. So thank you very much.
Oh, well, thank you. That's wonderful, and I particularly like what you said about, you know, working with the young people as well. It's an intergenerational thing, and they learn, you learn. And is Island Stream, that's spring-fed as well? It's a spring-fed stream?
It may have used to have been, but it's not anymore. It's fed from the water race that comes
entirely
down.
From the water race now?
Yes, yes.
So why does that have intermittent flow still then? Is the water race not consistent?
Well, the water race, the intake gets blocked up every now and particularly when it's flooding. And also at some stage too, people do use the water race for irrigating their land, and there's no controls on the water race. There's no control on the water that they can take out of it. Although they've got allowances, there's no way of measuring it.
Right, oh, that's interesting.
And so it does dry up, particularly when the weather gets dry.
Ah, there you go, you learn something every day. And
Yes.
Are there any intention for Selwyn to retire that water race, do you know?
Is there any intention, sorry, what?
or the Selwyn Council's looking at retiring some of the water races because they're maintaining them all?
Yes, that's certainly one of the problems as well. We went along to a meeting of the West Melton zone, and there were representatives because we were a bit worried that they might be closing the waterways down.
Yeah.
And I guess we were quite delighted at the reasonably strong support that the particular waterways got from the councillors, from the Selwyn District Council councillors.
That's good.
But things may have moved on from that. I think it's always a worry.
I think it's
Right.
continually under assessment because of the land use change in the Selwyn district, as is reduced amount of sheep farming particularly, which used to use water races,
Yeah.
and an increase in the amount of dairying
Yeah. And
who
Central
don't use
Plains
the water
will
race,
still
and,
too.
but
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
gets levied, so there's pressure on the people who require the water race to pay more and offset the levies that are going to people who don't use it.
Right.
I
So
I
think
believe that the City Council pays the Selwyn District Council a substantial sum of water to keep the water races going, and we want to see the city get value.
Right, thank you. Couple of minutes of questions. Yanni?
Thank you. I note that you've also raised this with the local community board. Have you heard back from that process?
We've done a couple of presentations to the local community board. The one that we did recently was in June. We haven't had a reply on that yet.
And that was pretty much addressing the same issues you've raised today around trying to keep the flow.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Pauline, I can probably answer that if you want, because I've been
Yes.
going through it. Yeah, so there were two things, and the guys are quite right. First of all, they came in and there were leaks around the stream quite a way through, so the staff were able to go and fix that. But the second one was a lot more comprehensive in terms of the presentation, and we actually got an update about 10 days ago to say that staff are still working on it, but what we're going to do is include it as a community board priority plan, so that we can feed it into annual plans and long-term plans. So it certainly hasn't been forgotten, and we talk quite often about it. So
Yep.
it's not that nothing's happening.
I was just trying to understand the reporting from whether we'll get something through to this committee or whether it'll just go through the community board. I mean, I don't mind either way, but it would be just good to have clarity around that process.
Yeah, I've just picked that up with Dave, actually, wondering what way we could take this, but I'm really pleased that it's going into your plan. So I would say that would be, so long as you as long as you communicate with the committee or through council, that would be excellent. Yeah. Okay. Any more questions? Thanks, Bill, and thanks, Bill. Really appreciate you coming in, and
Thank you
thanks
very
for the
much.
work you're doing. Okay, and we have the last one, which is Dr. Edward Challies. He's the Senior Lecturer of the Waterways Centre for Freshwater Management at the University of Canterbury and Lincoln University. Welcome.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, good morning, and thanks also from me for the opportunity to speak to the committee today. I work at the Waterways Centre for Freshwater Management, and I work in the field of water resource management, policy and governance. And I want to speak, as others have done, to agenda item 6, and particularly the Community Waterways Partnership Charter Initiative. I've got a statement written down here because I want to try and be concise, so I'll probably more or less read this. But I want to start by recognising the vision and hard work of the community members and the City Council and ECAN staff who have together put so much work and effort into formulating the Charter and building the relationships on which it rests. The Charter and the support that it has received so far, I think, are indicative of the incredible amount of commitment and energy directed towards caring for our urban water environment and our waterways in Christchurch. by dedicated staff at both councils, in the City Council and in ECAN, and also by a range of incredibly motivated community groups and stakeholders. The kind of partnership among stakeholders that the Community Waterways Partnership and Charter signal is precisely the kind of collaboration that will enable us to tackle the considerable challenges facing water management in our city, and indeed, I think, in our wider region and in the country. So the area that I work in and the field in which I do research, it's clear that research and practice is increasingly, in the field of water governance, is increasingly recognising the reciprocal nature of the relationship between the health of waterways, or the water environment, on the one hand, and the well-being of people and communities on the other. Te hau ora o te wai and te hau ora o te tangata. There's a growing recognition amongst researchers and I think also amongst policymakers and water resource managers that top-down technical approaches on their own are not sufficient to manage water resources effectively or sustainably. Community engagement and collaborative governance, which provides those who live in and make use of the urban water environment with opportunities to participate meaningfully in decision-making and management, is also crucial. A Community Waterways Partnership is, I believe, in line with the Council's vision of inclusivity and possibility and the overarching principle of partnership that's so central in the strategic framework. Research and experience in collaborative water governance shows that strong partnership in this space can underpin positive outcomes for the environment and for communities. A variety of stakeholders working well together and in alignment can achieve much more for their local environment, as well as build a stronger sense of community and increased capability amongst those groups, and in the end, increased community resilience. A Community Waterways Partnership will certainly help the Council, as others have mentioned, to comply with its comprehensive stormwater discharge consent, but I think it will also contribute in concrete ways to all of the Council's community outcomes, and particularly to fostering a healthy environment and strong communities. And those two really are reciprocal in nature and mutually reinforcing. It would directly serve Council's strategic priorities in the short to medium term and beyond. So just on a personal note, it's been a privilege for me to work with and observe some of the groups that have driven the development of the Partnership Charter, and people who really live and breathe the spirit of partnership that the Charter carries. I want to commend the Christchurch West Mountain Zone Committee for stepping up as the first signatory to the Charter, and to strongly urge the City Council to also endorse the Charter by following suit. I think this would send a really strong and positive signal to the community groups who are already so invested in this effort, like the Council itself is, and reinforce the Council's commitment to working together for the well-being of communities and the environment. So I'll leave it at that, and thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thanks for giving up your time to come in and endorse the Charter.
Pleasure.
Are there any questions for Edward? No? All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, well, that's the end of our deputations this morning. There's no petitions, and we will welcome the Water Management Zone Committee's update report, item 6. And normally I think you're all happy to come to the table together, or do you want to come individually? Welcome, Aupata. From Christchurch West Melton.
Oh, okay. You're not in here.
Right.
Kia ora tātou. Whakapūkeni te tātou o te mātairongo o ngā whakaaro, here ai ki te tangi o te pipi wharauro, kui whiti ora. E te tea mana, te mea, nā whanauka, nā kai kauniheri o te tauni o Karaitiana, nau mai, piki mai, kaki mai, o tō tātou whare te tohona, e te wana ki te whenua o te hapua nai tuahuriri. Nau mai, tauti mai. Kia ora tātou. Firstly, I'd like to thank the 5 community groups that spoke before in support of the partnership. I know I have got it on the agenda, number 6, I think, but I'm just going to close off on it now. Just to support everything I've said, and I also thank them for their support for our initiative. I think it can be summed up quite easily in a well-known whakatauki that our Canterbury Crusaders have taken on board. He mano, he whero, ka oti o te mahi. With the chief's resources and the people's resources, the work will be done much quicker. And in this case, the chief's Christchurch City Council for Environment Canterbury. So, kia ora. They have the people on the ground, the resources out there, the desire, the passion, the want to do it. They just need resourcing, yeah. And it was really interesting, those 3 Cs. It's so true. There's so many different networks out there. They just need to be brought together under this umbrella in an ad hoc way so that they can coordinate their work plans and that and share the resources and the funding accordingly. So, kia ora. So just on to the first one. We got a second letter back from the Ministry of Health regarding our initial letter to them concerning nitrate levels and the correlation connection between colorectal cancer. The first response we had from them was very ho-hum, and they kind of went around the whole kaupapa altogether. So it was really good to get a second one where they're actually going to do put some effort into some further research around that correlation between the two. The second one on there is around the Stormwater Superheroes campaign. We got some staff there wearing them at the moment. I too was supposed to wear mine, but yeah, shirt and jacket, t-shirts. Maybe next time. So yeah, some of the key things there has been really supporting those community groups that we've had present before us. Ehutai Trust, we've been working with them, and also Haven Otakaro, and around the big one was the World Rivers Day. I think Evan touched on it, 45 community groups, 750 community workers out there doing it. The Meet in the Middle, which again was another success, although the weather didn't play its part that day and the numbers were a little bit down. And also our business awards for the Stormwater Superheroes that we presented to the businesses at our November meeting. It was a real good opportunity to acknowledge those businesses, and I think the businesses felt really they enjoyed that acknowledgement and are keen to continue the work that they've undertaken. Probably a real biggie for us at the moment, particularly with the rain we've had over the last 2 days, again, is sedimentation from the Port Hills. We really do need to get action on that. It's just a brown silt mud at the moment. And as we've been told over the last 7 or 8 years since the inception of the CWMS, Christchurch is going to have less rain days, but they're going to be so much more intense. And I think we've been witnessing that over the last 3 or 4 years. Water tables are very high. Runoff from the Port Hills has been exaggerated from the fires recently that have lost all that ground coverage. So yeah, we need strong action from City Council Environment Canterbury to put a halt to that. And yeah, I don't need to talk about the charter again. So our focus on the new year is again around picking up on the Otu Kai Kino again. In the initial years of CWMS for Christchurch West Melton, we spent a lot of our time on the Otu Kai Kino. Just over the last couple of years, some science reports have come out around loss of invertebrates, which is they think is leading because of the high nitrate levels again. So we're just going to put our focus back on the Otu Kai Kino and keep that up to a great quality of water. Next year we'll also be looking around. Oh gosh, sorry, I just lost my track. Oh, tell you what, I'll put my glasses on. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, the Port Hills is our main one, and with the Cashmere Stream, and of course Otu Kai Kino. I think that pretty much sums it up. We've
2 minutes to spare. Cool.
We've still got the Urban Contaminants Working Group as well, that's doing a lot of work around Addington Brook.
Yes, so that plan, yeah, it's in running at the moment, yeah. Sorry, I forgot about that in the book. I haven't got any notes on it. Tammy, do you want to give a quick update? Sorry.
Yeah, it's all operative now, so it's fully into the implementation.
Yeah, that's good. No, I think it's congratulations on the Stormwater Superheroes Awards. What are they? Are they certificates?
A plaque, and they got some Stormwater Superhero, what do you call them, those cloth bags that you get from the supermarkets, the sack ones,
Yes.
It's got the branding all over it.
So I don't want to put you on the spot, but are you able to tell us what sort of measures they've taken to clean up their stormwater? Or if you can't at the moment, maybe we could just get a memo through, because they've obviously been proactive and done something to significantly improve their stormwater contamination of our waterways, and I think that's really great that you're recognising that and getting a bit of momentum going and getting these industries to take some responsibility.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, it was a month ago when we did that. So just off the top of my head, a lot of it was around the Storminators that we've been trialling at Tower Junction. A number of them have been running workshops, education workshops around capturing at point of source.
Yep.
And others like University of Canterbury and that for the science research that they've been undertaking.
Right.
But yeah, we can send a memo from last month's report.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if people know what the Storminators are, but they're basically filters that go inside your
they sit on the downpipe, very much like the S-bend under your sink, and they have like they got mussel shells in them. The mussel shells attract the zinc and that to them, and then you just regularly unblock it, take them away, dispose of them in self-contained containers, and they go out to Bromley, aren't they?
Yeah. So they're just basically a new product that's only just hit the market, and I don't know if they're actually available for people to buy at the moment. They're still on trial.
Not I'm aware of yet, no.
Yeah.
So I think we're looking at industry first and foremost, and then to rural community housing.
That's great. Yanni?
Thanks. And I don't know if this is a question for staff or for the zone committee, but in the report, the Cashmere Stream and Port Hills, you talk about the sediment being a major issue for the Pawaho Headgate, in particular Cashmere Stream.
Mm-hmm.
You go on to talk about a few issues, and at the end of that it states some great work being undertaken as part of the fire recovery by Council Park section and as part of land drainage, but not enough action is occurring to adequately reduce sediment at source. What I'd really like to know is what are the recommendations that you could bring to us about what needs to be done to address it in terms of doing more. And I don't know whether that's a question for staff or a question for you, but I think we've had this discussion previously that when you report, when we don't get recommendations, it's quite hard for us to take action. And I'd really like to take action on this, so, it's a concern that's been raised previously, and I feel we should be doing something.
So definitely, and you're quite right, I think all the technical reports that the Zone Committee gets should actually be feeding through to both full councils. So we can make that happen. A lot of the concerns, issues where we can improve on, especially around development, subdivision developments, greater bunds, capturing them, also revegetating the Port Hills that were destroyed by the fires. That needs to be happening a lot quicker. But yeah, mainly it's around the development process when they're developing, building new housing, and there's so much impervious concrete in that as well. So,
how do we progress this? Can you give us a list of things that you want us to do that we're not doing? Is that something that the Zone Committee could do, or is that something staff?
Well, we can do that via staff, yeah.
Right, so can we get a report back to the next meeting, or... I mean, I don't know.
Because actually there already are projects.
We've already got them. We're just
there's very strict controls about building up there, and any new developments have to have their own stormwater, systems. But they've and you've got the sediment toolbox.
Yeah, the toolbox.
And of course we've put a lot of money into plantings on the hills. Until we get those plantings, and it's very difficult. There is stuff being done, but I think it's going to take a long time. But perhaps the committee could get a memo from staff at the next meeting on everything that's being done. Not a report,
How
just a
about
memo.
how about we bring it into the next 2 monthly report, because we are doing a lot around sediment, and it's one of the priorities for the Heathcote for the comprehensive stormwater global consent. We're working in partnership with ECAN to look at the way that we police particularly developments, and but there is still quite a significant amount of replanting still to be done to recover the vegetation from the fire and things.
Yep.
We are building some big sediments. The ones in Kashmir are proceeding, but they aren't, I don't think they're in action at the moment. You will remember we've just brought the vineyard up there, which we are slowly, and that work's progressing. And so we could bring you maybe a slightly expanded version in the next water report about the work that's been done to date and work.
Sorry, I just want to be really clear. What I'm hearing from the zone committee, who are the people that we've tasked with the expert, wisdom and community collaboration.
Poldy, we're not the experts, we're the community representatives. We're resourced by your experts.
Well, we've got an action here for this committee from staff, and if the zone committee felt of a mind, you could send us a memo just outlining what your suggestions might be for council to look at. But I'm sure our council staff and our Environment Canterbury staff work really closely together, so they know what the programs are in place. So I'm confident that if we include the sediment control program in our next Three Waters report, in our next meeting after this, we will get the information that you want. So I'm happy to do that.
But just, I guess what I'm trying to express is I don't want to just keep doing what we're doing, because
No,
clearly
no.
we're hearing it's not working. I want to actually do more than what we're currently doing.
Yep. Well, let's find out. You want to know what we're currently doing
I want that opportunity
first.
to have that
We'll
discussion
get that
at some
information and then we'll bring an action. Hey, thank you, Yanni. It's really important. I know that. When do we want to bring a resolution? Is that the end of the three? The three. Okay. Thank you, Arapata. So now,
Councillor,
Mayor.
oh, sorry. Questions? Yes.
Yeah. So I was just trying to track the sequence of events in terms of when we make the decision to become a signatory to the Charter. So as I understand it, this arose out of an October workshop in 2018. It actually was adopted by your zone committee in August this year. So it's this year. And what I can't find is, did you report that to council before now, or is this the report to council where you are requesting us to become, to endorse the Charter? So is this the first time you've been back to council since August? Because I know that we've had an election in between, and that may have been a bit of a delay in the reporting framework that would have otherwise have existed.
so you're right, this is the first deputation since August. It wasn't reported in an August meeting. From memory though, there were a number of FYIs between October and August of this year. Just heads up around the potential to create this partnership agreement. I think there'd been 2 deputations around.
Well, because staff have been working very closely with you to get the Charter developed, and so it has been quite a collaborative process with the CCC totally endorsing the community's expression of what CCC could stand for as well. But
yes, that's interesting.
So this is the first time that it's come here, and have you also made the same recommendation to ECAN to endorse the Charter? Because I noted that was your resolution.
Yeah, so that will be happening at our next one, which is probably February, because again we haven't met because of the new council's election process.
Okay, so now I've got the time frame right. This is the first time that we as a council have considered the request to sign up to the Charter, and I think it will be very appropriate for us to recommend that we get advice on doing just that. We've heard loudly and clearly, and I think it was absolutely brilliant that the community came along today to back you on this in terms of a strategy to get a matter attention at a council meeting. That is absolutely the right one. So I think there'll be some wording.
Okay, that's good. Thanks, Leanne. And have the groups that made the deputation today, have they joined, or are they going to join?
Yes, they are. That's my understanding. doesn't make sense for them to come here and support it and not be a part of it.
Yeah, right. I wondered it.
Yeah.
So actually,
so we haven't canvassed. I don't believe it's been canvassed out to all of those community groups that participated originally.
Because you're coming here first, because we should be partly leading
get the leadership.
This.
Get the leadership structures.
Yeah. So we've got some wording up there. Are there any other questions for Arapata on the Christchurch West Melton?
Yeah, I have none.
Anne?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Thanks for all the work, Iris. Just wondering, where is the stormwater superheroes? Where does the funding come from for that? How is it resourced?
My understanding is from those businesses themselves. That's in kind. Yeah.
Oh right, so you've got funding.
I think Environment Canterbury put a reasonable amount in, and there was going to be a private funder originally, but that fell through, I think. Yeah.
And also, just in terms of getting kids involved, I mean, they love being superheroes. Is there that opportunity, or is that happening already?
So that's part of the engagement process with schools and that, and we have a number of schools around the Wapawaho that are already on board. I'm pretty certain we have T-shirts their sizes, but yeah, not just children, but we get grandparents as well, so it's a very intergenerational thing, very family focused, and I think all our learnings need to be intergenerational,
Really important,
because we don't want it just happening in the classroom. You want family at home to be buying into it as well. So it's normal.
Yeah, because part of it all is hinged on behaviour change. It's really important. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Arapata, we'll leave the resolution till the end of the reports, and we'll move to Banks Peninsula. Benita, welcome.
It's Gina, Gina Weibel. I'm the Deputy Chair.
Oh,
Benita
I'm so sorry.
Wasn't able to be here today.
Gina, welcome.
The Banks Peninsula Zone Committee have been focusing on engagement and getting the community involved. So we've had a number of planting days, including at Kokorarata in Port Levy. That one was connecting the Kakanui Conservation Covenant with the planting that had already been done in the lower reaches. So that catchment is now protected from the source to the sea, ki uta ki tai. We also had a Wairiwa planting day in October on the banks of the Huka Huka Turoa stream in Little River. That was part of the Wairiwa Bank Stabilisation Project, where the stream banks are being reshaped and planted to reduce erosion and sediment loss. Sediment being a key pollutant on Banks Peninsula, and that phosphorus-rich sediment getting into Wairiwa or Lake Forsyth is part of what leads to those toxic blooms in the lake. We've continued to partner with Whakaora on the Healthy Harbour Plan for Whakaraupu, Littleton Harbour, and we've held a joint meeting with them to update the public on the projects that are happening as part of that, and also held a joint stall with them. The roadside cuttings trial in the Adventure Park is progressing. This trial involves testing erosion and sediment control treatment options and plant types to reduce sediment loss from roadside cuttings. So if you're ever driving around the harbour, you'll see that there are many locations where the steep cut banks in the Lewis soils are eroding and getting into the roadside drains that feed into the waterways. It's still to be confirmed, but the Zone Committee intend to visit the Adventure Park trial site on the afternoon of February 11th before our next meeting. So councillors would be welcome to attend that if they're interested. That roadside cuttings trial is an important project for the committee. Future funding of additional sites and also any remediation that might happen to existing cuttings once the trial finishes at the end of next year is still something that it's something that we're going to try and progress next year. And we've also had a meeting for landowners in Little River. That was to cover the Wairiwa ZIP addendum, in particular the stock exclusion rules that come into effect in the valley floor in January. There was some pushback at that meeting, but it should be noted that there was a lot of consultation that was undertaken when the rules were being developed, including a lot of community-based meetings at the time. We've also had 2 meetings in Wainui with good turnout from the local community regarding a fish barrier at a weir that's in Wainui. and zone committee staff zone staff are continuing to work with residents to develop a solution to that, to get fish passage reinstated. And lastly, a highlight was a presentation from Diamond Harbour school students on the water quality monitoring that they've been doing in Orton Bradley Park on Te Wharau Stream as part of the Nature Agents program. And they've taken it one step further by creating some very professional signboards that are going to be installed at the park. So if you ever have a chance to see those, they're very impressive. And so, yeah, we're going to continue community engagement into next year, starting with a stall at the Banks Peninsula A&P show on the 18th of January. So hope to see some of you there. And lastly, I'd just like to thank Councillor Elizabeth Cunningham following her retirement for her contribution as the Environment Canterbury rep on the committee. That's all.
Wow, great report. Thank you very much. What a huge amount of work is going on. All those plantings and then working with the kids as well is fantastic. When you said there's pushback on the stock exclusions, can you explain that?
There were just some vocal people at the meeting who weren't necessarily on board with the changes. There has been a lot of work done by the Land Management Advisor for ECAN, who has been going around individual property owners to make sure that they're aware of the rules. As far as I understand, not everyone has complied with them yet. So next year there will be follow-up on that to make sure that compliance is happening. And I'm not sure, but some of the people that were vocal at that meeting were not necessarily people directly affected by those rules. It only covers a sort of small area on the lower reaches of that little river catchment. So it's not the whole basin, it's just one area on the valley floor.
Right. Oh, well, good work getting that through. That's fantastic. Are there any questions? Banks Peninsula. Yeah. Kia ora, James.
It's the question was almost asked by the chair, and because I whakapapa to Wairewa, and so I was interested in exactly what the chair asked. Well, how do you handle that opposition to this new rule? How you said there were a lot of vocal ones there. What did you do about that? How did you placate them, if you like, address them?
The Land Management Advisor who was leading the meeting was very good, and yeah, just accepted the feedback. But at the same time, you know, those rules are in place. They've been coming for a number of years. The ZIP addendum was approved, you know, several years ago, and it's just the next year that the stock exclusion rule comes into place. And when that ZIP addendum was developed, there was a lot of work done with the local community to make sure that everybody did have a chance to have a say. Lots of consultation, you know, making sure that it wasn't just advertisements in the newspaper, that, you know, local contacts were used to make sure that people knew what was happening. And there were a lot of community-based events at the time. So there is confidence that people did have good opportunity to be involved when those rules were being developed. So any pushback now, you know, there's not really anything that will happen from that, and that the rules are coming into place, and, you know, people will just need to comply with them.
And you're confident that the compliance or the enforcement is in place for that?
Yeah, so the Land Management Advisor for ECAN does spend a lot of time in Wairewa, and like I say, he has been going to each landowner that is affected to make sure that they're aware, and we'll work with them to help them comply. So there are a number of options for how they comply. It doesn't have to be a full fence. It can also just be, you know, electric wires or something like that. So it doesn't, you know, the cost is not necessarily excessive. Yeah.
Kia ora, thank you, and kia kaha.
Thanks, James. Melanie.
I was just
Hi Gina, I was just wondering about the fish passage barrier. Like, can you just explain what that is?
So that example in Wainui is a weir that was put into the stream. My understanding is it was put in to raise the level of the waterway so that an old stream channel would still continue to have water flowing through it. It was where the stream used to exit to the sea, and it flows, that old branch flows between a number of houses. So I'm not sure of the reasoning for putting it in originally, but it is there, and yeah, so there were working with the community to decide whether that weir could be removed, or whether a fish passage will be put in place so that fish can get past the weir. It's just a small structure. It's only sort of 30 centimetres high or half a metre high.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And James got a second question.
Kia ora anō, Jenna. Look, just a quick question about the planting day where you planted over 1,300 native seedlings. Good on you. Where is the Huka Huka Tūroa stream? Which one is that?
I'm not sure exactly which one. It goes through sort of where the Little River settlement is in that part of the valley. So it's not the Okuti side, but it's
It's near Western Valley Road.
yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's not the Okana.
No.
Right. Cool. I just thought it had been renamed.
No.
Thank you.
Although there has been a lot of work done on the Okana as well.
And thank you very much, Gina. That's a great report, and it does show you the value of the zone committees when they're close to their communities and you can get the information out that people need and make sure they've got it. So thank you. So now Liz from the Selwyn Waihora Zone Committee. Welcome.
Kia ora, Tāmutu, I'm from Tāmutu at Whāmoki. I've been on several zone committees, and kia ora James, welcome, and Pauline. We have been doing a lot of work this year on the Waikirikiri Selwyn. That's one of the main tributaries to Te Waihora, and it contributes a lot of the contaminants into Te Waihora. Even though the Christchurch City Council only have a small amount of Te Waihora within their boundaries along Kaikariki Spit area, it still has an effect on the Christchurch City Council, as it does on the 6 Papataka Runanga who are governors to Te Waihora. We feel that we've got to get this mainstream sorted out very quickly if we wanted contaminants to be lowered in Te Waihora. The other main one we're working on is the Hurricane Horswell. That is another high contaminant. We're putting wetlands out there and to try and lower the contaminants getting into Te Waihora. We're also working with a lot of groups around the area, mainly Dock and Selwyn District Council, on wetlands, putting new wetlands in. There's 2 going in, quite a large one at Snake Creek, Silver Stream Snake Creek at Coast Ford area. Another one is down at Yards Flat, or at Yards Lagoon, at the end of L2. And there's lots of other minor ones right throughout the catchment that have been worked on. Work with the Living Waters people to clean up the immediate areas around Te Waihora, because I think if we don't back and support other groups, it's going to be harder for us to do it. I'll take my report as read and I'll answer any questions on it. The other thing is, because of the election, we haven't met since about August. We've had a couple of workshops. In that time, we've lost one of our co-leaders, chairs, Megan Hand. She's now gone to be a councillor. I'm there at the chairperson on myself at the moment to discuss it in January, February. We've had a change in the council members at the table. Nicole Reid from Selwyn District Council, Vicky Southwolf from Air Environment Canterbury, and welcome back, and and hope we can organise our times better for you to participate next year. We've been focusing on getting out on field trips and working groups around the catchment this year, and had some very interesting ones with our partners as in Banks Peninsula and the Waimaharuri groups. We've been out on field trips with them and sharing knowledge, and that's where I think we're able to build a bit better on what we can achieve. Work with the Te Ara Kakariki program. Our members have been out and actually getting their feet and hands dirty and planting trees with that group. We put in lots, I just can't remember the numbers, but the one down at Yard Flat is a huge area, and the Lincoln Primary School has been the one looking after that. And I personally went out and we planted another 2,000 trees in 2 days. So that was
wow, that's huge.
well done.
Yeah.
But that's the past now, we're to the future. We're hoping to work closer with councils and our partners in monitoring, more vigorous monitoring of our waterways. Monitoring back to the source and educate the source of the monitoring. In all the industries, as in automobile, the building industry, the farming industries, if we don't include all the industries, instead of concentrating at the moment on the dairy farming are coming in line, okay, they can't do nothing about over-allocation of water and overstocking. That's something that's in the past that you can't allow to happen. It's happened, so we can only work with them. And they are coming on board a lot better now with the FDPs and so forth. So it's going to be an interesting spot to see what other industries that are contaminating, and not only in the rural areas but in the urban areas as well, as in Rolleston, Lincoln and other large areas. And I think the Christchurch West Bolton are also going to be looking at that type of thing as well.
Oh, thank you, Les. So is your committee doing any work or research into other options for dairy farmers to help them to diversify if they did want to reduce their numbers?
We only can suggest.
Yeah.
To actually do research, no, we just haven't got the time to do that. We're not off that professional level to educate farmers how many stock they should have on board, how much water they should. That's not really our job. Mm-hmm. We can only recommend back to the three councils, Selwyn District Council, Christchurch and Environment Canterbury. We only can recommend back, which we do at times.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Anne?
Thank you, Les, and I do hope that I can become more involved, with our timetabling getting sorted. That would be great. You mentioned the Hiratini River, the Horswell River, and do you know if there's much work going on compared to somewhere like the Opawaho in terms of people involved in working with that river, particularly as it's feeding into the Te Waihoura, into Lake Te Waihoura?
Yes, there's one group is set up, and I just can't remember the name of it, from Taitapu. And they are working in, and I think it involved a lot of the schools, the Ladbroke School and the Broadfield schools and things like that, working alongside the Hiratini. It's an interesting, tonight, a dairy farmer just along Hudson's Road there having an open farm tonight and along with Ravensdown to work on the problem with them, because that farm does drain back into Hiratini as well. So, yes, there is a lot of work being done outside of the zone committee. well, Wakaroa Te Wahora is another one doing a heck of a lot of work.
Yes, because you also work with the Te Wahora Co-Governance Committee as well.
Well, we're partners to the co-governance from Tamutu, but we don't. I'm not a representative from the co-governance, so I really can't speak on their behalf.
But like you say, it's all collaboration.
They have been in abeyance lately to sort internal problems out. I think they've had a couple of meetings in a couple of months ago, but haven't had no feedback from that yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Liz.
You're welcome.
And thanks, Gina. So we have a recommendation on the screen here. Would anyone like to move that? Sarah?
Additional resolution about the sediment.
Seconded, Andrew. I'm going to bring that into the Three Waters report. Oh, the sediment. No, we'll put a note, which would be happy with a note.
Well, yeah, you've got a note under the community partnership, which is great. I just think we should have a note around the sediment and what we're requesting staff to do.
Well, that's a different note. We're noting the recommendation and we're seeking action from it. So if we could put a note, just a note underneath the resolutions, that the committee requests a section, information be included in the next Three Waters report on the sediment controls program in the Port Hills. In the next Three Waters report.
So my understanding is two things. We were going to ask staff to kind of give us the information about what we're currently doing, and then we were also going to ask the zone committee for things that they would like us to do. That
we have asked the zone committee.
And just under three, just for the sake of
sediment.
Clarification, there is no formal recommendation from the committee for us to sign the thing, as I understand it.
In the Port Hills.
Yes, they did that in August.
In August.
So, well, look, we're just going to bring some advice back at the next meeting, and we'll take it from there.
So the recommendation to become a community waterways, to sign this, to be a signatory, is not, I'm not seeing what that is in our actual report.
Well, it's on page 10.
Okay.
The committee recommended that Christchurch City Council and Environment Canterbury become signatories. So I guess they're leaving up to us to be proactive about that. They're wanting us to be helping to lead this. So I'm happy with this.
Maybe you should just make number 3 split it into 2, so that at directs it becomes 4. Direct staff to report back to the next meeting of the Three Waters Infrastructure and Environment Committee with advice and any implications to signing up to the Community Waters Partnership Charter.
That's great.
I think that Yanni's right, like that, you know, if it's in a paragraph saying that the committee also recommended that we sign up, then actually in the beginning of their report to us, there should be a recommendation saying,
there should have been.
Yeah, but it only says receives the report and notes the work,
Mm.
whereas it should be also in the recommendations on their report considers signing up. So we should, whoever does those reports.
Well, we can we'll feed that back to
I mean, it's in the body of the report, but it's not in the recommendations from the committee.
But we can feed that back, but we can also be proactive and ask to sign up anyway, can't we?
Well, the staff report could have highlighted that at the beginning as well, instead of, because it didn't even mention it in the staff report. It just talked about the Canterbury Water Management Strategy and the zone implementation programs.
So I think we've previously had a discussion about the water zone reports. Actually, it would be really good where they want us to do stuff to have formal recommendations come through.
Yeah, Sarah just said that.
Yep, we're right.
Exactly.
No,
what she said was around this specific one, but there's also been other cases as well.
Yep. Yes, so we need to, we'll feed that back to them offline. All right, so we have a mover.
Well, can you actually, I mean, because I'd like these reporting frameworks to be really well done. You know, I'm not, you know, because, I mean, we're still developing a new template for the way that these reports come to council, not the zone committees, but all reports, so that we're actually very explicit and clear in recommendations, what we're agreeing to, and maybe notes the work of the zone committees, and then underneath that, say, requests, so put a new one, requests that zone committees in making recommendations to the council highlight those recommendations.
Or perhaps formalise them into recommendations?
Or formalise in making recommendations, formalise those recommendations in the resolution to be considered by council.
In making recommendations, take out highlight those recommendations and just say formalise, that's good. Yeah.
We need so many recommendations.
No. Request that zone committees
Resolution to council.
formalise any recommendations in the resolutions to be considered by council.
I think they probably did their reports, but it's an overall staff report.
Yeah.
So
And that council staff, the council staff include these for consideration at the council meeting. Because the staff recommendation is that the committee receive the information in the water zone management update reports.
And put council/committee meeting perhaps.
yes, because it's coming to committee, council.
Great, thanks Leanne, that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
All right.
Good work.
So, been moved to second. Is there any discussion? Anne?
It's just a question about what kind of advice, what kind of advice would we be wanting from staff in a report? I mean, I think the general feeling, I can't imagine no one would none of us would not want to sign up. So what sort of advice would we need in terms of implications? I'm just wondering about timing, whether we should just get on with it. Do we need a report?
Well, I think it gives us a bit more comfort to get advice from staff, particularly about any future financial implications or what we're being called on to do as being a partner in the Charter. I think it's probably a sensible approach rather than just diving in and going, yep. Would you be fair
I think so. You need to know financial and legal implications of it. Look, we haven't been through there. There was a recommendation, as was presented today, around potential funding that it would do. I think there was $1 million at one time at the LTP. So I think you need all that advice before you make that decision on whether to sign. So that's what it is, a normal report.
Yanni?
I just want to speak in support of the recommendations. I think it's very prudent to get the staff advice back. I can tell you as a city council, we have signed numerous MOUs, numerous charters, and actually what we need to ensure is if we're going to sign up to something, it actually means something and makes a difference and creates action, rather than a sort of signing up to something because it feels good and then not having really clear outcomes in terms of either resourcing or commitment. So I'm really keen to get the advice that if we do sign up to it, it actually means something and does something rather than just makes us feel good. So I really support getting the advice back. And also, I think there is a bit of confusion over the comprehensive stormwater discharge consent and the community waters partnership, and it would be really good to just clarify that. But I also endorse getting the information on the sediment. Since the Port Hills fires, I've been increasingly concerned at the sediment coming down through the river, and I just think, I know we've done a lot of work and there's been a huge effort, but I just wonder if we should be doing more, and I think it's been reinforced by the zone committee today. So I really welcome getting that advice back. I think getting it in time, especially before we go into, although it's stormy today, hopefully winter, where we may see even more of an impact. So I would welcome that. But I think it's really good to see the work that is being done in our communities with the zone committees around the importance of our water, and I just wanted to acknowledge all that good work that is going on, even though we've still got a long way to go.
Well, thanks, Yanni. So I totally agree with what you said, and it shows you the benefit of having these committees come to report to us. And I think that what's happening, particularly the zone committees are pulling the community groups together, and this charter is actually formalising that collaboration. And if they're asking us to help lead it, and I think that's, and Environment Canterbury will as well, I'm sure they'll come on board. And this gives it all a lot of kudos and impetus and more power. And I think the deputations we had this morning were really uplifting, actually, and just showing us how many voluntary hours are going in and how many people so care about our water. It's a huge responsibility on us to do our very best to clean up the historical issues that we've got, but also go forward and make sure we're dealing with less contaminants going in. And we can do that with our infrastructure. We've put a stormwater filter at Bells Creek, but they're incredibly expensive, and if we could put them all over the city, we would. But we need to rely on volunteers and communities getting in and helping us. And also a huge, as I said before, a huge part of it is behaviour change. And so we've got to start driving that, and we can change our world. So on that note, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's carried. That was great, thank you. Does anyone want a 5-minute break? Yep. And so we'll come back at, say, 11:15. So we've got, yeah, yes, I am. Don't look so surprised. Someone's got to do it.
Everyone knows Bridget, don't they?
Yeah, I think so, but well, actually, no, for new members, it's worth doing it. Okay, so moving right along, item 8, we have the Three Waters bi-monthly report. And we welcome Helen Beaumont, and also with Helen is Bridget O'Brien. And I'd just like you both to introduce yourselves formally in case it's councillors who don't know who you are. Thanks, Ian. Okay. Fire away.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Helen Beaumont, Head of Three Waters and Waste here at Council.
And Bridget O'Brien, I'm the Program Manager for Water Supply.
Thank you.
So this is the first update report we've brought to the new committee, and we have changed the format from the committee that ran under the previous council. So I'm happy to take feedback on that, and it may well evolve to meet the requirements of this committee. But before we get into the report itself, I'd like to do an update on the water supply security work, because that work is advancing very quickly, and there are changes over what's in the report. So if we could bring that up on the screen.
So what's the date when the information goes into this report? What's the delay? Is it about 2 months or 6 weeks?
Oh, no, it's a period of weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, a period of weeks.
Thanks.
So in terms of water supply, of course, public health is the number one priority here. And central government is changing the regulatory environment. So that change has been ongoing since Havelock North back in 2016. And you'll recall that the new framework for water safety plans was introduced in December 2018. And we have revised our water safety plan in line with that framework, and I'll come back to that. But essentially that new framework and better data from our own work here means that some risks that were previously considered acceptable under the old frameworks are no longer considered acceptable today. Now, in addition, this month, the new Water Services Regulator Bill has been introduced to Parliament. So that establishes a new Crown agency, primarily to protect and promote drinking water safely, and also to provide oversight for the regulation of wastewater and stormwater networks. So that new agency will focus on both public health and environmental outcomes with respect to those wastewater and stormwater networks. The wellhead security program that has been running over the last 18 months, so of the 148 wells that supply our network, we now have 116 of those wells upgraded, so those wells are considered to be secure. 15 where we have works in progress, 2 in design tender, and 13 to be abandoned. So the result of that is that we have turned the chlorine off for approximately 30% of the city, and the remaining 70% of the city is dosed at the 0.2 parts per million. And if I just come on to the next slide, I'll talk about why those different chlorine doses. So this slide, one of the things that the chair asked is if we look at the use of chlorine across our network since we started this process, and why the different levels of chlorine and the different number of pump stations that do or do not have chlorine. So back in April 2018, you'll recall we rolled out the chlorine dosing across our network, and we got external advice on how we should do this and what dose we should aim for at the pump station to protect against any contamination through that wellhead. So that advice was to dose the chlorine at 1 part per million, and we did that at 49 of our pump stations across the city. So there were 3 of them where chlorine was never used because the wellheads were brand spanking new and considered secure. So those 3 didn't ever have chlorine, but all of the rest had this 1 part per million. And the graph, if I just explain, so in April, the column shows how much water we delivered across the network. So that's in thousands of cubic metres for that month. And then the line is simply a proportion. So what I've done is I've divided the delivery of the chlorine chemical by the volume of water delivered. So it's a proxy for the concentration of chlorine across our whole network, if you like. And you can see in April that proxy sitting up around 7.5 and coming all the way through to today. Actually, the last 4 months figures I've got are October this year, where that's down at about 2, that proxy. So that's the decrease in the use of chlorine across the whole network. And of course, the rapid decrease in the first 6 months was due to a combination of upgrading wellheads and turning the chlorine off at those pump stations and realigning our network so that we could reduce that initial dose. So the initial dose was 1 part per million with a 1-minute contact time before the first customer, and where possible we reconfigured our network to get a 2-minute contact time, which allowed us to halve that dose. So that was that rapid drop in those first 6 months. And then over the summer months, you'll see that both the water use went up and the level of chlorine that we were using was about the same. So while we were still doing some works and able to reduce chlorine in some pump stations, people were also using a lot of water, which meant that we had to bring some of the wells that were not secure back online and continue to use chlorine. And while the water use per month doesn't look to be a lot more between summer and winter, the peak water use, so early evening, is double. So we get a massive amount of water use early evening in the summer, particularly if we've had a series of warm days and people are watering their lettuces and their lawns. So that explains why the chlorine dose remained reasonably stable through that summer period, and then as we've moved into the cooler months, you see again that rapid drop-off in chlorine as we've upgraded wellheads, made them secure, and turned the chlorine off through to about July. And you'll see the curve in terms of the proportion of chlorine used across the network is the slope of that curve is slowed down, and July was when the drinking water assessor was instructed to no longer sign off those wellheads as approved, and we were not able to remove the chlorine, and instead we dropped the dose to the 0.2 parts per million. So since July, all of the upgraded wellheads and pump stations, instead of going to 0, those are the ones that have gone to 0.2. So that's it's a very nutshell view of what's happened across the city, but you can see that consistent drop in how much chlorine there is out there in terms of the network. And we have, of course, had a big drop-off also in customer complaints about taste and odour as the chlorine has been either removed or considerably reduced across the network. So if we move on to the water safety plan itself, so the revised water safety plan in line with the new framework was submitted at the end of September, and some additional material was provided at the beginning of October. The plan itself was put together with a very robust risk assessment process involving our staff, the staff from City Care as our major contractors, the Canterbury District Health Board. And then we had it independently peer reviewed by external experts and updated the plan and submitted it. And it has been assessed by a panel of 4 drinking water assessors. So 3 of those appointed by the Ministry of Health, and one of them is the drinking water assessor from the Canterbury District Health Board here. So we have run a series of 6 workshops through November and December, and the panel has taken a very constructive, collaborative approach to their assessment of our plan. And there have been some very good discussions, and we have some very good ideas for updating and improving our plan out of that process. In terms of the formal feedback, the adequacy report on our water safety plan is expected in mid-January. However, the panel did indicate to us at the end of the last workshop in December that our water safety plan was the best they've seen under the new framework, and that they considered that it was 90% of the way there, but it would not be approved. So it's sort of good news and bad news. And they wouldn't elaborate on the reasons for it not quite getting over the line. However, they did say to us that those reasons would be clear in the report that we expect to get in mid-January. So once we get that report, we will report back here on the recommendations in that report, where we haven't met the requirements for the water safety plan, and what our proposed work is to address that. In terms of the water safety plan itself, you will recall there were 3 areas of unacceptable risk. So the first was with our reservoirs and suction tanks, and there was a risk of microbial contamination getting into the water in those reservoirs. In terms of the vents, the overflows and the hatches, all of that work has been done, so all of those are now secure. And the remaining work for the reservoirs and suction tanks is to repair the poor condition roofs. At the moment, the target to complete that work is the end of July 2020. However, we still have to do some procurement and some design work there, so I won't be able to confirm exactly what work is to be undertaken and exactly what the timeline is until January, February next year. In the meantime, we will continue temporary chlorination at the pump stations for those affected reservoirs and suction tanks, and there the target is the 0.2 parts per million. There are no affected reservoirs and suction tanks in those parts of the city that have no chlorine. Okay, so those zones that already have no chlorine are not affected by this and will continue to have no chlorine through that period. The second major area of unacceptable risk was in the potential for contamination of the water supply due to backflow from a customer connection. So this is where, particularly for commercial and industrial properties, where there's a potential for high pressure on the other side of that connection, where you can get water from the customer side coming back into our network and contaminating the water. So the action plan for this has been to inspect all of the commercial properties and evaluate both the backflow hazard and what protection they have in place to determine whether or not that is adequate protection. The inspections, we had targeted 100% completion by March next year, but that work is now 95% complete, and we may even have it complete by Christmas. The follow-up work is for council to install or require the property owner to install an appropriate backflow prevention device where that is either absent or inadequate. So that work has been completed for 4 zones. So as a top priority, we looked at the backflow prevention in those areas of the city where we have no chlorine, because we consider that to be the highest risk to the network. And so the 4 zones where that work has been completed and we have adequate backflow prevention are in place are Brooklands, Parklands, Rawhiti and the northwest, so the northern part of the city. The work is still underway in the southern and central parts of the city. So while that work is underway to continue the inspections and to roll out the installation of the backflow, that target of 0.2 parts per million will remain in the distribution network. And again, we're targeting to the end of July 2020 to have all of that work complete. And we'll work zone by zone, so as it's complete, the chlorine may be able to be removed, subject to the reservoir roofs, of course. And the third area of unacceptable risk was the potential for lead to leach from some of our older mains, so where we have cast iron water mains with lead joints, there is some potential for lead to leach into the water. The sampling program, we now have over 200 samples. We've only found 6 above the maximum acceptable level, and only 4 above half of that maximum acceptable level, so it's a small number of samples. We are continuing to do some work, particularly looking at time of day sampling, because we suspect that the lead is accumulating in the water where the water is standing overnight and not moving, and also where it's standing in dead end mains that would have lead joints in them. So we're doing some time of day sampling to confirm that, and we're also looking at taking some of those lead jointed pipes out of service, particularly the one through the Littleton rail tunnel where the water does sit overnight, and there's a couple of other mains in Littleton where we can make alternative connections for customers, so we can connect them off another main in the street by making some changes to our network. So we're bringing that work forward so that we can minimise the exposure of people to lead. So one of the drivers I should reinforce for doing this is that while the lead may be below the maximum acceptable value most of the time, no lead is good. So we want to minimise any exposure to lead. Over the much longer term, we're looking to accelerate the replacement of these lead jointed pipes through our standard water supply mains renewal program. So that work will be considered in the asset management plan and in the long-term plan, and we'll come to council through that. All right, so that's the end of the water supply update. I'm happy to pause and take questions on that rather than go to the body of the report, if that would suit people.
Okay, and both of those presentations are on the hub now. Questions? Anne?
Thank you. Just congratulations on the work that you've been doing, and you know, fantastic progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple of things. One of them's just been answered, so we can. The way that you've communicated information is really clear and helpful today. So that's really great stuff for the public to see. You know, all of us to understand what's going on. So thanks for that. Just the lead thing. If people are concerned about that at all, who should they contact?
So the information on lead is on our public-facing website, and we've also put up a map of where those lead jointed pipes are and a series of frequently asked questions. So most of the information will be on that website and people can have a look.
Oh, that's helpful. Thanks, Helen. Melanie?
In the report it mentions about the Three Waters bylaw review.
Yes.
Are you able to, I don't know much about it, are you able to give a wee summary?
We have a bylaw for water supply, wastewater and stormwater system, and for how people can connect to that system, what can be discharged to that system, and what the fees and charges associated with it are. That bylaw is a 2014 bylaw, so we're not required to update it yet, but given the changes in the regulatory environment, we're looking at that bylaw and ensuring that it's fit for purpose. One of the areas where we do want to update it is around backflow, because we have much stricter requirements for backflow prevention now as a council. So the regulatory requirements haven't changed, but our assessment of the risk from backflow has changed. So we want to update the provisions in there and ensure that we can get appropriate backflow prevention in place. We also want to change the provisions around trade waste discharges, which is quite technical, and I'm not over all of that detail. It will come to this committee for consideration.
And it will also go to community boards for engagement and consultation as well, and then out to the public.
I'm not sure. We're just looking at how we engage the community boards.
Well, it says in May, June, to community boards in public consultation, July, August. Yeah, I think it will be helpful.
So Jenna from the policy team is running that process for the bylaw review, because the policy team do the bylaw reviews, and we're providing all of the technical input to it.
Great. Okay. So, any other questions for Helen? Oh, Jimmy, sorry.
Question. First one, you particularly mentioned the water supply improvement program has been progressed to provide those water to the 100%. Cover the Christchurch and also Littleton Harbour. But I'm concerned at the moment it's high season. You particularly mentioned if during high demand or infrastructure out of service, they might have the short the water. So I just want to know whether we have the water supply, the conservation scheme during the high season, particular summertime, because you can see over the last week, most of the time actually high temperature, no humid, etc. Whether we release the scheme.
Yes, we've just begun to roll out a water conservation program across the city, and we'll continue that over the summer months. So we're asking people to observe the sort of the hosing regime that we would otherwise introduce through restrictions, so that people use handheld hoses only on alternate days. So at the moment that's a request, and we're reminding people to mulch their gardens and use water wisely. I think water like your otter is the strapline that the communications team are using for the campaign. We also have delegated authority to introduce water restrictions if necessary. If the weather continues as it has this week, that won't be necessary, but we'll keep a watch on what's happening through January and February.
Thank you. Sorry, second question. Second question is because earlier at the West Melton, and water management zone committee, they particularly based on their presentation to request the Ministry of Health for the further study regarding to nitrate in the drinking water, But looks like the Ministry of Health a little bit slowly, for progress. So I just want to know, as council, we are lead agency, whether we have working together with those zone committee or maybe some of the kind of wider community group, can speed up those the progress, because this also affect the drinking water issue. Yes.
So yes, the council has been working closely with the zone committee on the issue of nitrates,
yes,
and also working with Environment Canterbury through the zone committee.
Yes.
And the council itself has written letters to the Ministry of Health requesting that further research is undertaken into this issue. So I think that the Ministry of Health and the District Health Board are more receptive to that now, and I understand there is some funding going into the university to have a look at the issues of public health that have been raised by the overseas research.
Okay, thank you.
It's a question of setting what is the maximum allowable value, and that's being queried at the moment. So Yanni and then Aaron.
Thank you. I was just checking in regards to the exemption. Do we have any greater idea or understanding of what would be required to get an exemption from mandatory residual disinfectant?
None at all. So the bill that's been introduced to Parliament essentially just sets up the regulator and doesn't reference the regulatory policy arrangements or the standards themselves. So there's no additional information on that at all.
Thank you. Aaron?
Oh, sorry, I was just going to check. Is that something that we've raised with Department of Internal Affairs in terms of the local government group?
The revised water safety plan that we've put to the drinking water assessors doesn't seek an exemption as such, because the regulations as they are today don't require it. So at the moment we're working under today's regulatory arrangements and putting the water safety plan up to meet those requirements. I suspect in the future it will be exactly the same process, in fact, that the onus will be on the supplier to demonstrate the safety of their supply rather than for there to be a checklist of things that we have to do. So I can't see the regulator going to a prescriptive approach. I suspect that they will stay with a risk management approach, because that is what is happening worldwide with water supply safety.
And I think it's fair to say that all the work we're doing would put us in a good place if we did find ourselves in a position of requesting an exemption.
Yeah,
I think
and
that's
just to add to what Helen was saying, so what we do in the water safety plan is assess all of the possible risks to our water supply, all the risks of contamination and interruption to supply.
Yeah.
And then we look at, well, what preventive measures have we got in place to stop those things happening, and are they adequate or not? And if we can demonstrate to the drinking water assessor that our preventive measures are adequate to reduce the risks without chlorine, then that's the approach.
We previously had DIA come and talk to council, and I think we made it pretty clear. I just wonder whether through the chair that we need to talk to our MPs or government around clarity around the exemption. Obviously we spent a fortune on doing stuff and things keep changing, and you kind of get to a point where you think, we're spending all this money without knowing what the end game is, and everything that's happened to date has shown that apparently the goalposts keep moving. So I mean, I thought it should be pretty straightforward to get some clarity around the exemption process. And if we need to advocate for that to central government, we should be doing that.
Yeah, Leanne.
Sorry, the new legislation for the water regulator has just been introduced. It doesn't have the regulatory framework that she'll be operating or he'll be operating under. So it's a new body that's being established, so it'll have its first reading this week. I'm not even sure if it's today or tomorrow that it's having its first reading. And there is a second piece of legislation which should provide a little bit more clarity, but I'm actually not anticipating that and perhaps this is as a question, I'm not anticipating that the framework for the exemption process will be in legislation, but will be possibly left to the new regulator.
Right.
You know, I think where Yanni's coming from is saying it will, if we don't qualify for an exemption at any time, are we wasting our money at the moment doing this work?
We're never wasting our money.
No, well, that's the thing. I think we're upgrading our drinking water, supply. I don't see it as a waste of money. But Helen, have you got a comment?
I think that to answer the question about what may or may not be in the bill and in the legislation, I agree. I think that the legislation that's being introduced as part 2 will just set up the regulatory policy framework and how the regulator will work. I don't think it will be specific about the standards. The standards will follow. So I think that'll take quite some time to come clear. And there will be an opportunity, of course, for this council and any other water suppliers to make submissions during the select committee process.
Right.
And we would certainly support that process through technical advice if the council was so minded to do.
Just quickly further to the Mayor's comment, the past has shown regulations being set in regulation, not in legislation, and we can take the nitrates as a good example. We're asking them to relook at that. If that was set in legislation, they would have to change legislation. So I imagine the regulator, I think the biggest thing to set the exemption or start setting that exemption bar would be to try and get our water safety plan approved, and then that would in actual fact set, I think, the discussion document for the country. Whether we're successful, we'll know when we get feedback from the ministry and what we need to do that. But I think that would be the start of the conversation with the regulator and a big step towards putting a stick in the ground, really.
Just a final question was around the lead pipes. When are we, in the final bullet point, when are we likely to see the program of work for the pipes, like the cost and the timing of which pipes?
For the lead pipes or for the whole
for the
long-term
lead jointed
plan?
pipes, yeah. Just in the final bullet point, you say accelerate replacement of lead jointed pipes via the water supply mains renewal program.
So the for the whole network, that'll come out as part of the asset management plan for the long-term plan. So I think the first draft comes to council in June next year. The early work to take customers off that lead pipe network as soon as possible, we're doing already.
So are we going to get a report around the lead pipe in terms of, what budget's required and what's going to be done when, or are you just going to leave it as part of the asset management?
It'll be as part of the asset management plan.
So is there any opportunity with any synergy of works that we're currently doing to look at replacement of those lead pipes?
We will certainly look at every opportunity to do that, yes.
Okay.
Aaron.
Yeah, Helen, just the table, I think it's table 4, pages 30 and 31, all the red crosses in criterion 1, why are they there when I read the criteria not directly affected by surface or climatic influences and water must be more than a year old? Why are they red crosses?
Because we haven't demonstrated that. You have to demonstrate that you comply with that criteria every 5 years, and we haven't done that. So we'd agreed with the drinking water assessor that we're going to take a bit longer because of the earthquakes, but also because we had a big program of replacing wells, shallow wells out in the northwest with deeper wells.
It's work underway. They're taking sampling.
It's work in progress. So we're going to measure the age of the water in all the wells that we haven't done in the last couple of years already, and we're doing some groundwater modelling, or we've commissioned some groundwater modelling as well to demonstrate that we comply with that criteria.
But looking at that criteria, the first two bits, when the well work's done, we know that that's correct, and then the other one's the age of the water. Well, 1 year old is, there's no chance that water down there's 1 year old. Unless all our water mapping's completely wrong.
No, there is. So we have found that. So some of the results from the previous age dating found that some of the results were unclear. For example, at Redwood, they weren't sure whether the water was somewhere between 0 and 2 years old, and they weren't quite sure what age it was. So for those,
that would indicate there's more recent water entering somewhere.
Yeah. So, those are shallow wells. So we're planning to replace those with deeper wells. But so it informs it. So there are some wells where the water potentially could be younger than a year old.
Okay.
So if you'll cast your mind back to some of the earlier briefings on the water, we have the 5 aquifers under the city.
Going to 2 and 3.
Aquifer 1 is the shallow one. And out west it's unconfined, and so it is subject to surface influences, and that's where, as Bridget has said, we're doing the well deepening program and taking those wells out of service. And then as you go east, that aquifer is confined, and the samples show that it is sufficiently old. And main pumps is about in the middle, and main pumps is where we've put in the ultraviolet disinfection, just to ensure that we do have appropriate disinfection. So in the immediate term, we have no concerns about demonstrating compliance with criterion 1, and we'd be quite happy to go back to the provisionally secure status that we had before the wellheads issue. While the modelling work and the sampling work across the city is completed.
Thank you.
So I thought all of Northwest was now in the deeper aquifer. Is that not correct?
Almost.
No, we still have a very small number of wells that are shallow. So, for example, there's one at Belfast. So we're just starting drilling a replacement well at the Belfast.
Someone else has taken that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've got a small number of wells that weren't previously included in the well deepening program, but we've added. So the next on the list.
All right, that's great, thank you. Are there any other questions? So that was on the waters. Are there any questions on the rest of the report, or is there anything else you wanted to highlight on the rest of the report? No? I've just got a question on page 35, looking at devotionals. Is that funding already funded, or are we seeking extra money for that in the annual plan or long-term plan?
We'll be seeking extra money for that. So in the previous long-term plan, we put forward what we were hoping we could do a relatively straightforward upgrade to that plant with extra filters. But what we found is that's not going to be sufficient, so we are going to have to come back and ask for extra money for doing basically almost a complete replacement of that plant, unfortunately.
So that's an extra 2.85?
Mm-hmm.
And is that already in a bid, or?
In a bid in the long-term plan? I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
You're putting it in the
LTP?
LTP?
It will come through in the LTP. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And see if I have any other questions. No, I'm cool. So no other questions? Yanni, just a bit conscious of time because we're going to lose 2 people at 12 o'clock.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to check in terms of the projects. Does each project get a report that comes to this committee in terms of approval around scope, costs, etc.?
Projects have delegations. You've given delegations depending. Obviously, the projects come to you as part of the LTP and annual plans, but depending on what the value of that, there are delegations that have been set for those projects to go ahead. Some of the program work, obviously, you've got a program. A good example would be your water mains renewals program. That gets drawn down into a series of projects, usually based on an area, and again, depending on the size of those contracts, depends on where they get delegated to and signed off.
So if you take like the reticulation renewals program, for example, so basically that project just happens 171 million and we don't get any oversight unless it's in the LTP, where we just get one line. Is that basically the deal?
That program gets published, and you do see it when it's drawn down. The problem that we do have in there, it's gone from a principally planned renewals almost to a reactive renewals, because we're getting so many breakages in the network. So in actual fact, it'd be fair to say that staff are changing priorities on there. We get a break, it's not worth fixing that break because the whole piece of pipe's done, so they do block to block or something, and so those priorities change quite and need to change quite so quickly because we're in a reactive mode rather than a planned mode.
I think this is a point that the Mayor's raised previously, is that at some stage with certain projects, it would be quite good to have a report so that we can see what the scope is. Like, you know, Ferry Road, for example, we've done the village master plan, but now we hear that there's a wastewater project, which makes a lot of sense. But
and we don't get synergising those.
We don't get a report that comes to the community board with the details, the scope, why it's a priority. And I just kind of wonder, like, whether we've got the right understanding of what's being done.
Well, I thought you'd be pleased to read that in the report, that they're being done together. And I don't know, it depends on how much do we want to micromanage everything that's management.
But if you look at some of these costs with some of these projects, they're quite expensive projects.
They are. They're eye-watering. Yes, but I mean, are you not pleased with that outcome in the Wilston master?
No, it's good, but it should have I would have thought there's a reporting framework where we actually see, the information around it. Because like one of the big questions there will be, of course, the impact on those local businesses, like we've seen on Riccarton Road.
Certainly that we work with the community boards on a project like that. As we have with Riccarton Road, you'll get notices that will go out to those businesses when that work's done.
Well,
look, I'm sorry.
The delivery part.
Correct,
He's
that's a
talking
delivery.
about the capital program and the everything.
Right.
Okay. Just the other question I had was around the vacuum, the wastewater planning, the vacuum sewer monitoring. Are we going to get any report back on the post-earthquake, the skirt issue in terms of those systems that were put in and how they're working? Because I see that there's a number of concerns that have been raised, faulty vacuum valves, flooded vacuum chambers, and certainly there was a lot of community concern.
They're all resolved, which is why we're adopting that system.
We're working our way through all of those. There's still, I think, and help me Helen, there's some issues around some of the private laterals in some of those areas where we've got high groundwater, so we're still getting some areas where we have got quite a high flow. In areas where vacuums have gone into new networks we don't have any issues at all, and so they're working fine. And I'm not quite sure, I can't off the top of my head remember the areas that there are still, but we are also working through those private lateral issues to make sure that the capacity of the system meets. So we're not pumping groundwater round and round, basically.
So the areas that I've seen where we've got massive slumping on people's property, where these have gone in, Dunoon Place, for example. So have we got a high-level kind of evaluation of, here's what we were told would happen with this system, here's what's actually happened, and here's what the additional cost has been?
The plan was to take all that monitoring data, so now we've got much better information on what's coming into each and every one of those vacuum collection chambers, and then compare that with what the skirt design was, and then do a bit of a master plan for what future development we can accommodate. We just haven't had a chance to do that yet. But we're certainly getting around and trying to fix all the issues that we're now able to see because we're monitoring every single collection chamber, both on, including on the public side.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so now Yanni, you had something you wanted to put up regarding the Heathcote Opawaho River. So
got it there.
Get one up there. And that's just tying what you want to set in motion into this report to come in to help improve the water quality of the Opawaho Heathcote River.
Or to get an integrated plan.
So when you're talking about an integrated management plan, are we talking about a stormwater management plan?
No, wider. So it's based on.
It would be good to understand the scope. Is it about the river and the catchment, or is it about recreation, transport connections, land use. I'm just concerned that an integrated management plan for the Heathcote River is quite broad, and under the comprehensive stormwater consent, we are of course required to put together a stormwater management plan for that catchment, and we will be doing that, and that will probably do a lot of what you're wanting. But I'm wanting to know what's additional in terms of integrated management plan.
So I think this was the idea that we would get people together to look at where the gaps were, and that's my understanding from Little and Whakarapo Harbour catchment, is that's how that began. I mean, I'm really open-minded, but I guess the key thing is that to get some synergy amongst the capital expenditure and improving the ecological and the water quality along the Heathcote River.
Okay, so that's great. So it's about the ecological and water quality of the river, ecological health and water quality of the river.
Well, I mean that would, yeah, but
that would provide
After plan,
a helpful
put
focus.
Ecological health and water quality. And then I'd like to put a timeline after river that after the comprehensive global stormwater network consent is completed, because I don't think there's any point in just starting it before that. Andrew, did you have something?
Yeah, I mean, I guess as the councillor around the table that's been most closely involved with a piece of work similar to what's intended here previously, my question would be probably around process. In order to determine who the interested parties might be, and we've gone some way towards doing that by adding the additional wording, we might want to think about what the scope and aims and intentions of the project might be before we did that. Or the project might be defined by the people that come to the table, and there are two different approaches. I mean, on the one hand, it's, put out an opportunity and the right people will come, and that will define the project and the way that it develops. But if we want to be more specific than that, it might be worth getting some information from staff and maybe some options as to what we might be looking at, so that we knew who the interested parties and the right people might be. That also might determine whether in fact we did need to wait until the comprehensive stormwater network discharge consent being granted was a precursor to starting this, because I imagine there are some issues that will exist and that we will want to deal with regardless of the outcome of that particular consent. The consent is just another detail in the environment into which we're putting this work. So there are some aspects of this resolution that I'm probably not as comfortable with as I might be in terms of achieving what Yanni's wanting to achieve. I don't think we need to make it subject to the network discharge consent. I think that just feeds into the overall picture that we're considering. I just wonder, and you might have some advice on this, Helen, whether we need a bit of work that sets out some options for what we might want to consider and what might be in and out of scope here. I mean, I'm thinking of water ecology, I'm thinking of sedimentation issues, I'm thinking of riverside planting, I'm thinking of a stocktake of existing community projects and probably some pieces of work and literature that have already been prepared and done on the Heathcote. I'm thinking of a Kyoto Kitai approach, so from the very top of the catchment to the estuary, and there'll be a number of things that must take into account, and there'll be a number of things that it might take into account, I would imagine. So a very long-winded way of asking a question: would it be better if we were to get some advice from staff on what the scope of this might be before we brought people to the table?
That's fine. Then you come back to my original resolution, which is to actually get a report back, which can, tease that out.
I think
I'm happy for. I just want to get progress on it.
No,
I think there is a need for greater integration, particularly around understanding the ecological and the health of the river impacts across what we're doing as a city and as a region. So.
Well, this is beginning the development of something with
Right.
bringing people together. I think it's a good start. Andrew, if you want to take out the bit about the comprehensive consent as a timing thing, I'm happy with that.
I
think if that becomes apparent later, we could delay the work until that happened, but it may not.
I think Councillor Turner, you're right. I think that what we should do is scope it first and bring it back to council. and ensure that we're both meeting the needs and not overcooking it in terms of what we're doing. So I think it would be quite good to do that with Dr. Clive Appleton and his natural environment policy team, because I know they've done some work, for example, looking at integrated catchment management in the sticks and what the needs and the gaps are up there. So, and they have staff who are specialists in the ecological health as well as the water quality aspects from the policy perspective rather than the operational perspective. So I think
you'd prefer to
scoping
have...
it with the policy team would be quite helpful. And I'm also aware that Dr. Appleton has also looked at using the Heathcote as a pilot area for the Community Water Partnership if we did end up signing up to that charter, because the Heathcote provides quite an interesting catchment to pilot that partnership approach.
Would that scoping be without the interested parties or with the interested parties?
I would suggest that scoping should take place first. Otherwise, you raise expectations that we're going to do everything that's discussed at that first workshop.
Okay.
And it would be best to agree the scope with councillors first.
So why couldn't the interested parties help develop the scope?
They could, but it's hard for us to manage expectations if we do it that way.
But, Leanne?
I was just going to suggest that perhaps the ones that you bring to the table are like the groups that we had this morning. It's the ones that are actually already working as community groups in that catchment, and I think they've just done so much work and got so much local knowledge and expertise that I think it would be detrimental to the scoping project to not include them.
Okay, so
and it would be misunderstood in my view. So.
Just take out all then, just bring together...
I just would note that in the comprehensive stormwater consent, the first stormwater management plan off the ranks is the Heathcote, and it defines that we have to coordinate with the zone committees, ECAN, iwi, community boards, I'm sorry, I can't remember the other list. They are absolutely written in concrete that we have to do that in development of that. Then it's got to get finally approved by ECAN, or Department of Conservation's in there as well. I'm just trying, so it's got a lot of those interested parties. It says 18 months from the granting of the consent.
Correct.
We have to have it
there's
approved.
No harm in doing this.
Well, it will be. We're doing that, if you know what I mean. If that's what I'm saying. Depending on there may be other interested groups that are beyond that.
We could actually call, instead of interested parties, we could say charter signatories.
It might be more than that.
Might be more than that. Andrew. Oh, sorry, there's Tim first. I'm sorry, Andrew.
Look, I think we can go round and round this a wee bit, but Dave pointed out there are some that have to be, and without question, have to be included. But through the community boards, we've got communities from the start of the Heathcote down to our border and further down that are absolutely and have been involved in the Heathcote River for over a decade. So it's not just the newish ones. So I think that it's not worth talking about in this forum. I think that has to be planned, because it would be really disrespectful to miss out a group just because it's felt or it's just not on the list. So I think that's where the community boards, the local councillors, etc., must be really included in the discussion about who is going to be included.
Yep. Andrew?
So for once, I think that everything that everybody has said is completely right. We need to get community involvement, and the way to do that is by engaging with people that have already been doing work in this area for some time. We need to make sure that we don't create disappointment in communities because people think that the work that they're doing is within scope of this and it turns out not to be. And I think it's important that we define what this is about and what it's not about. And that is defined by what we want to achieve, and not necessarily, even though it might be, by what work is already going on that might be on the periphery rather than having a direct involvement in what we're trying to achieve. So I still don't know whether that means that we run with one part of the process before another or do the two concurrently. I mean, it might be good to be able to do the two concurrently if we possibly could. I would also encourage us, and Clive Appleton has been intimately involved with Whakaora, so he'll have some view. I'm certainly happy to get involved as Council's representative on the Whakaora governance group, and I would also point us in the direction of people like Yvette Couch and Elizabeth Cunningham, who've been involved with Whakaora right from the very beginning, and who obviously have strong cultural interests in water ecology, realising that we'll also need to engage with the correct Papatipa Runanga for the area that we are talking about here, rather than with Rapaki or Kokorarata. But just in terms of, kind of stock taking what we've done in Littleton and learning from something that I would consider to be an exemplar in this space will be helpful. And whereas Whakaora was driven in the beginning by the statutory Littleton Harbour, Littleton Port Recovery Plan, it may well be that we see this, at least to some extent, guided by the global network, the comprehensive network stormwater consent. That may turn out to be the guiding document. But the fact that that is yet to be fully resolved means that we're working with that as a draft, and I'm guessing we would expect the resolution to be something similar to the draft form of it anyway, so we can use it to inform the environment. So, what we're really saying is let's get on with this. The sooner we start, the sooner we see improvements in water quality, and the sooner we meet community expectations.
So would it be worth putting noting at the end, noting the model, the successful model established by the Whakaraupo model?
Yeah, I think it would, and I think we want to be leaning on some of that experience as we develop this as well. A lot of work has been put into Whakaora, and I think we need to be, if we're trying to replicate at least some of that, then talking to people that have been closely involved in it would be a big part of the stock take.
Yeah, okay. Of Whakaraupo. Or just WHAKRAUPO, I think.
There's an A between the K and the R. PO at the end of it.
Thank you. That's good discussion.
PO,
All right.
PO. P.
No more questions? We've got a resolution up there. It is the beginning of something, Yanni, and I think everything has to start somewhere, so...
Get rid of the T.
You want to move it, Phil?
We don't like T's.
What's happening? We know what it is. Well, yeah, we've got a, Phil has moved it. Need a seconder? Oh, Jake. And any debate? Yanni.
I think, it has been really good over the last decade to see that the community, and I want to pay tribute to Helene Martina, who actually has been a huge champion for the Apawaho Heathcote River. It's been absolutely fantastic to see a number of groups with increasing community awareness of the importance of the Apawaho Heathcote River. And I think what's really important is to understand, as a council, we are spending significant capital expenditure along this area, and it would be really important to have an integrated plan. And I think the question was raised, how far does this go? Well, let's get some advice back on that. But, I just want to draw council's attention to issues like the major cycleway possibly being delayed because of the lizard habitat and the sensitive ecological sites along the river. So the more we can do at a planning stage, I think the better we will be in terms of our capital expenditure, in terms of getting things done, whether it's having a good level of amenity, recreation, but most importantly, I believe, the ecology and the health and the quality of that river. And that's why Littleton Whakaraupo catchment plan is so, exciting, because that's really a very clear statement around that waterway being improved over time, taking a long-term view of actually restoring the health of the harbour and Mahinga Kai. And I think it would be fantastic to take that same philosophy to the Apawaho Heathcote. I know when I've been around with the zone committee, nearly 6 years ago now, the idea that you could have, Mahinga Kai back into that area, which was a hugely significant area for, as I understand it, our Indigenous population to gather food, would be absolutely fantastic. So let's hope that this is the start of a new way of doing things. I don't think we just should rely on the legal process to get us to act, and I think we've heard that through some of the deputations this morning. We can get on and we can do this now, and if the legal process supports it, that's really, really good. But let's just get on and get started. Thank you.
Great, Andrew.
Yeah, as you'll tell from my previous comments, I'm strongly in support of this, having been involved with and if we can refer to it correctly would be good, the Whakaora Whole of Harbour Catchment Management Plan for Whakaraupo. I think there's a respect issue there in terms of referring to it correctly. So the Whakaora Whole of Harbour Catchment Management Plan for Whakaraupo. I'm very much in support of what Yanni's trying to achieve here. I think there's a real opportunity to coordinate and pull together a lot of good work that's already going on, to pull that together with work that we're going to need to do as part of the comprehensive stormwater work, ways that we can get the community truly involved and get the community driving some of the work that we've heard so clearly today, that people are very passionate about in our communities. So I'd like to see this progress quickly. I'd like it to take a strategic approach from the very top of the catchment to the estuary. I think it's important we look at the whole of the catchment, and if there are any funding implications that they're called out early so that we can make decisions on them through the long-term plan, but that we look at projects which are currently in place and currently funded that with some coordination could be pulled together into a proper catchment management plan. This is an opportunity for the community to get involved. It's an opportunity for the council and for local councillors to show real leadership and for us to achieve something quite special for the ecological and cultural health of the river. So I really look forward to seeing this progress quickly.
Thank you, Andrew. Look, we'll get this resolution tidied up after the meeting if we can't get it now, but it's pretty much there. Great. Whakaora Whole of Harbour Catchment Management Te Whakaora?
Probably add at the end. No, all of the Whakaora Whole of Harbour Catchment Management Plan.
Take health out.
Health, yeah, we need to get rid of health plan.
That's it.
Just taking it off the cover of the sheet.
Whakaora, take plan off. Whole of Harbour Catchment Plan. Te Whakaraupo.
And if we wanted to add for Whakaraupo on the end, that makes it clear where we're talking about geographically.
Okay. For Whakaraupo. Okay, that's been really good discussion, and I think you're right, Yanni, and the deputations this morning and Tim showed us how passionate people are about the Heathcote particularly, and how they're actually turning that passion into action, and anything we can do like this to support those groups, I'm all for it as well, because we absolutely need to address this issue. So, yeah, I'm in favour of it as well. So on that note, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Helen and Bridget. So we will move to item 9. Oh, and just a note too that the Vodafone briefing has been withdrawn today because we're probably going to find another way to discuss that. So item 9, and welcome Ross, Grant and Rowan, if I've got that right. If you'd like to introduce yourselves, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure.
Turn your mic on, Ross. Thank you.
And Rowan Lathan, who's our contract and project lead.
Great, welcome guys.
The purpose of this report and the next report's closely related to, this is to inform the committee the risks associated with closed landfills within the Christchurch city boundaries and seek endorsement for further investigation. There's approximately 131 closed and former landfills in Christchurch Banks Peninsula. Council owned 56 of these sites, 48 are in Christchurch and 8 on Banks Peninsula. As you'll see on page 54, there's about 10 of these in the low-lying estuary area. The risk assessment and screening tool developed by consultants Tonkin and Taylor identifies 5 key areas of risk, being flooding, sea level rise, earthquake-related subsidence, impacts on drinking water wells from leachate discharge, surface water contamination, human health in terms of coming into contact with refuse and potentially contaminated material and effects from landfill gas, and environment receptors as risks from leachate discharges. The past 3 months, council staff have carried out site inspections of 10 closed landfills at the highest risk due to climate change driven sea level rise. 3 of these closed landfills have been identified as requiring remediation. Part of the Bexley closed landfill, which we'll talk about in the next report, Gollins Bay landfill in Littleton Harbour, and Le Bons Bay closed landfill in Le Bons Bay. The potential risks posed by closed landfill sites are numerous, with the immediate impacts of coastal erosion and sea level rise evidenced by our changing environment. The risk screening tool developed by Council will support a prioritisation across all sites for inclusion in the annual landfill aftercare budget. Staff seek endorsement of the proposed risk-based approach and a recommendation that funding be dedicated to the remediation of at-risk sites be included in the long-term plan. So yeah, really, is there any questions? The staff recommendations are there.
So Ross, how long has that landfill aftercare budget been in place? Is it a recent one, or has it always been there?
Yeah, my
And how much is
predecessor,
it?
Dave Harris, it was definitely there in 2015 when I started, and I've seen records going back to 2010,
Okay,
but I haven't looked further back than that.
right. But of course that's not enough to do this work, so you need extra in the LTP.
Yeah, we do. That amount we need to, that's sort of in the next report too, we need to sort of understand how much may be needed. We're currently 150k a year is in that fund. We have 240k in there at the moment. But the note 2 there is that the final value of the remediation work will be required to be determined by the scope of work and will need to be considered as part of the long-term plan.
So when will you have any idea of how much your bid will be in the LTP? It'll be
It will vary on the landfills that have been identified. The next report we have Bexley. We've got a number of options in there.
Yep.
That ranges from about 1.5 million through to about 9 million just for that 600 metre stretch of the estuary.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty hard one to estimate.
Yes, but when do you think you'll have an estimate?
Once we've done some more work in terms of what was required, and we've certainly identified 3 in the meantime.
Just that we're working on the budget now.
We will be integrating it into the asset management plan, activity management plan, which will be tabled with you in June, I think, 2020. And so that will give you some ballpark. Whether at that time Tonkin and Taylor have finished the work and ECAN, I'm not quite sure, but we will be giving the best estimate that we've got at that point so it can be built into the long-term plan around the
Right,
those
I'm just giving
landfills.
you a heads
Yes.
up that we'll need to know
Yep.
sooner rather than later.
Yep.
So are there any questions, committee? Melanie?
It says in 4.6 that you've done site inspections at 10 closed landfills. Are they all council-owned landfills, or are they some of the ones that are privately owned?
There was a mix of both, mainly council-owned, and we looked at primarily ones that were right by either a harbour or an estuary, so most prone to sea level rise.
So I guess what I'm wondering is for landfills that are privately owned, which I didn't realise before I read this, so whose responsibility is it to make sure that...
The landowner.
That you're right. Okay.
So you're assessing them, whether they're council or privately owned, you're assessing them on risk, and if you find that there's a privately owned one that's high risk, what happens then?
To be honest, the main focus is the council-owned ones.
Yeah, I think it's a good question that Melanie's
Contaminated
posed.
sites are controlled by ECAN, and there is a register of all of those sites, and there is criteria on those sites. When I say that, however, and we drilled through one the other day, there are always identification of new hail sites, what they call hail sites, all the time, and so that register is growing, and as things are identified, they're added to, and then the landowner's responsibilities.
Okay, so ECAN deals with the privately owned ones. Any other questions? Yanni?
Has there been any consideration of, at a higher level, integrated either cycleway or walkway?
Sorry?
So, one of the issues we've had in some of these areas has been the walkway, the 360-degree trail, and obviously issues around cycleways. But if you look at the map, what you see is a number around the coastal edge.
Oh, Yanni, that might be better in the next item. This one, we're just endorsing that the investigations continue on determining the sites of risk. So
Yeah, but I get that. But I was also just trying to understand if there was any synergy around pathways in terms of recreational access that's been considered at the same
that would
time.
sit better in the next one, I think.
Look, the very early stage, we just really here informing about the work that we're intending to do, but certainly that will form part of any remediation work that we're considering.
Right. And can you just one other question is the work on the Redcliffs Park where the new school's going, was anything considered there?
We haven't done any work on that yet. It's not been one of the 10 that we've included, but as you'll see from the mapping there, it is certainly one that would be looked at because it's in that estuary area.
Just one point to add, that the initial survey that we've done of those 10 sites was largely looking at coastal erosion impacts, because that's been flagged kind of as our priority. A much larger study with the Tonkin and Taylor work is looking at all risks, so those 5 risks that Ross listed.
Right.
Yeah, but the ones in the map are the ones that you're doing the work on, right?
No, that's just to identify where old landfills are.
Yeah,
Thank
the
you.
closed landfill.
Yep. Okay, Phil.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Just so it's right in my head, the Tonkin and Taylor thing that you're doing is just the ones for the sea level rise and on the estuary edge or something, or I might have misunderstood, or you're just going forever to find as many as you can.
So the Tonkin and Taylor report is basically a risk screening tool, and so we've got every closed landfill in Christchurch City and surrounds in that tool.
So even if they're way back in, say, Horsell Junction Road or something like that?
Yep, absolutely. So that tool considers those 5 areas, so landfill gas, leachate, sea level rise, coastal erosion. So, depending on how each site scores in that risk matrix, we can then prioritise it for remediation. For the ones we've looked at, in this report, it's really just those ones at risk of coastal erosion.
Yes.
And that's kind of come out of the Fox River event on the west coast.
Yeah, I can fully understand. But as a Tonkin and Taylor, I'm just sort of, you could be opening up a very expensive investigation. It could go on. It could be heaps, or you're thinking of just doing it in your budget that you've got.
Yeah, well, the main thing is this risk tool highlights the ones that you need to look at first.
Yes.
It says you don't need to look at these aren't a problem. So you focus your efforts on the ones that come out of the risk matrix.
The next one that's coming up.
The Tonkin and Taylor work has been done by the Ministry for the Environment across the whole of New Zealand at a very high level, paid by the Ministry for the Environment. We're giving you a heads up that work's been done, but it's going to be based on our work that goes into the tool, but it may raise some questions. Then they're doing a next level, and I understand the next level down, Canterbury is a pilot, and that's going to be funded, I think, 50-50 between the Ministry for the Environment and ECAN. And so, but the outcome is they aren't looking at their resources, they're looking at our resources, and these are the kind of things that they're going to bring up. I'm not sure, do we have a timetable of potential outcomes from those 2 studies? No, so it's just a heads up that those 2 studies are on their way, and we don't know what's going to be in them.
And you're right, Phil, this could be opening up a huge problem and a huge financial burden for our council, but the ultimate decision will be with us as the governors on whether we spend money on this, whether we have the money to spend on it, whether we find the money to spend on it. So, I mean, I totally agree, it's quite frightening. but we've got to consider our environment and our water quality, and in this area here's a huge risk. And we've also got to consider our partners, Ngāi Tahu, in this as well, who won't be very happy with this. We only need one event, and boom, we've got a Fox River here. So look, I'd like to move through this, and if anyone's happy to move this, it'd be great if there's no more questions. Aaron, seconded. Tim, any more discussion? So I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed, that's carried. And then we'll move on to item 9, which is actually moving us into requesting approval of one of these two options to actually remediate what is... Sorry, 10, thank you. Thanks, Mr Deputy. I'll note that. You did. Which is actually to remediate a risk. So if you'd like to just briefly introduce this, and I'd like you to cover off why you've suggested option 1 instead of option 2, please.
Certainly. So I'll keep it brief and recognising time, but there has been a number of... excuse me.
Want some water?
Yeah. That's all right. I bought some.
Thanks.
Yeah, excuse me. Following the Christchurch earthquake sequence, a number of closed landfill sites have sustained structural damage. The Bexley landfill has suffered damage to the capping material. Subsidence of up to 1/2 metre has occurred near the Bridge Street area of the estuary. Following the subsidence, old landfill material from around about the 1970s, 1980s has gradually been exposed by erosion along the western side of the estuary margin. Approximately 600 linear metres of foreshore requires remediation. This poses a risk of landfill material dispersing and or discharging onto the estuary during a storm event. What I might do is get Grant just to talk through the preferred option.
Yep.
And just the reasons behind that.
Yeah. So just the preferred one?
Yeah,
okay.
start with you, thanks.
Okay, so the preferred option is, it's basically, it's not a very high-tech one, it's sort of old-school treatment, whereby you have, you see there's a picture showing it. You've got one layer of AP20, which is compacted over the landfill, a layer of AP100 compacted, and then there's boulders up to about 400 mils in diameter, just dumped on top of that surface to basically contain any landfill material that could potentially be washed out into the environment and to protect the area from further erosion. I guess the main advantage of this is it's compared with the option 2, which is a protective measure. This containment measure only costs about 1.5 million, a bit less than that. There are actually boulders on site being stored that we can use, so it's relatively straightforward work, and we could potentially get the work done by sort of about October next year. I guess the disadvantages are it's not a really high spec engineered design like a protection measure would be, so therefore there will be ongoing maintenance, and we're looking at over the next 25 years. It'll give protection for about 25 years, and over that 25-year period there'll be around about probably $15,000 per year required for maintenance. So that there's an additional cost there. And also because you can see on the map it's where the estuary is quite narrow, you get some quite high tidal flows coming in and out, high velocity waters, which could potentially erode this material, where the option 2 would be much more robust. So that's a disadvantage. Yeah.
I'm actually quite surprised at the level of the cost of the maintenance, because you've put it in the table as minimal. It's 15k a year. It's a reasonable amount, isn't it? And can I ask what the cost of maintenance for option 2 is? Because
we haven't looked at that, but it would be less. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we haven't looked at that, no.
Okay.
Is it worth just flagging a couple of points to support what Grant said? Basically, we've obviously looked at containment options that include, a polypropylene landfill barrier, and we've had this issue elsewhere in council that those engineered geomembranes are actually shedding microplastics, and we're obviously very keen to avoid anything like that in the coastal marine, and that's why we've gone for, I guess, the lower tech option of the gravel and rock containment, and that actually matches what we've got elsewhere in the estuary.
Yeah.
So it kind of brings all of that estuary containment up to the same standard, and allows us to kind of, I guess, work with that, with those wider estuary, considerations.
I guess what we're looking at really is kind of like half the cost and half the life of option 2. But do you feel that that's going to be robust enough to actually contain this risk?
There has been some work done just south of that where it has been marked, and that has a similar approach, and that was done 20
It was
years
1995, so 25 years ago.
Yeah, and that is still operating, and it's still containing that area. So we feel that it is the best option. So
right.
We're not spending that much on maintenance on that area.
Right.
But just as a best guess for maintenance, we're looking at perhaps 15k a year, which would cover the odd storm event, which would need additional work.
Well, that's really helpful to know that there is an example of this technique and it's working.
It's working.
Any other questions from the committee? Mike?
Actually, my question was around that, so it's pretty much answered, but just clarify, because in option 2 you've got the advantages there which talk about being protection there for 50 years plus the risk of significant failure is low, but obviously you don't put that as an advantage for option 1. So I just want to make sure that is an advantage of option 1, that the risk of significant failure is low.
It's higher than the expensive option, for sure, but given that area south has withstood the whole earthquake sequence and is still holding shape pretty well after 25 years, it's
low.
It's a low risk, but not as low.
Phil and then Yanni.
Thank you, guys. I believe if you, at the lower end of that yellow line, where it goes up against the oxidation ponds, correct me if I'm wrong, from there all the way around the oxidation,
Just call
the
it
ponds, it was sheet piled after the earthquake, is that right? To protect the ponds from falling over in another earthquake and filling the...
Sorry, I'm not aware.
Well, I know for a fact between those two ponds, that straight line between them, there's a row of sheet piles down there. I feel that if a third option that should be looked at is sheet piling it all the way around there, 3 metres deep, 3 metres, 1.5 metres above the ground and 1.5 metres into the mud.
Phil, you're asking a question. Has sheet pile been considered?
Have you?
Yes.
I'm looking at the picture.
Yeah, look at
have
stuff.
you taken into account a sheet piling option?
Good question.
No, we haven't.
I feel you should, because I think it'll be a lot more cost effective because there'd be no maintenance at all.
One of the things I think you'd find, it would be very difficult to consent around that estuary edge, particularly this is the big issue. Any works here will have to get a consent, and just looking at the, we're trying to do a cycleway elsewhere on the estuary edge, and the level of naturalisation, I think that's about the right word, is quite significant. We're working our way through that. I imagine that a sheet piling probably would work all right, but I imagine we would have some pretty complex consenting issues around it.
The amenity wouldn't be as good.
You wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it. It'd be flush with the ground, because it's no different to the top level of that.
Yes, it would be, but it would be seen from the estuary at low tide, because it'd have to be higher than your king tides, basically.
You would see.
Yeah.
It'd still be that you haven't got anywhere near the disruption.
If the committee would like us to look at sheet piling, we can certainly go away and look at sheet piling.
Well,
thank you.
That's what we would.
Yeah, I'll carry on with. Have you got another question, Phil?
Well, no.
No, that's a good question, obviously, of staff. Now, Tim and.
I guess you know, the 15 grand a year for maintenance is for the 600 metres. Is that right?
Yes.
So you know, if we can look at other areas in Christchurch, and we're looking at the future around the foreshores, etc. I mean, it's going to become our maintenance costs are going to become prohibitive. So I do think, as my fellow councillor mentioned, we do have to look at options that are less cost effective or less effective or less costly. And so, I mean, I think I would agree with my colleague here that we've got to look at those.
Yeah.
15 grand for 600 metres
It's,
per year.
It's questions though.
Well,
but I'm going to come to that to address that.
Well, are there other areas, because this is only one of the areas that we're looking at, that will be in that ballpark?
You mean other closed landfills on the estuary?
Yeah, or anywhere else? I mean, is there
are we looking at that
maintenance for
level
these?
of expenditure to mitigate risks in any other areas?
So, depending on what remediation is the preferred, yes, that type of remediation, we are expecting that there will be an ongoing maintenance.
Yep.
We haven't had that expenditure on the area south. We feel like, as Grant said, because of the tidal movement through that narrowed piece there could be that expense. It may not be there. We just want to flag that, yes, it's likely that averaged out over the next 25 years with storm events, that will probably be around about the 15k. That's our best guess.
Yep.
It may not come to that. We don't really know.
Yeah, so we don't know, but it may well be, and so you're quite right.
Yeah.
Yanni?
Yeah, I just note that it's a bit unclear from the map, but I think this is in my ward, and so
I was going to put that in the resolution.
Linwood Central Heathcote Board should really get briefed on it. I mean, I don't want to hold this up, but I think possibly it should have been a joint briefing to the two boards. So can we just check that going forward, and maybe we can get some information to them. But
Yep.
again, the thing that I'm still sort of struggling with this whole stretch of our coast is, there's a 360 walkway, there's, cycleways, etc. And again, if we're building sort of bunds or new structures along the coast, what opportunity have we explored for that recreational thing? And it may be that, this is totally the wrong location, but it may be that there's some opportunity. I just don't know.
Well, I think, it's always good to look at the opportunity. However, what we're looking at here is basically doesn't look like good land to put a walkway or a cycleway over. It's about containing the tip on the water boundary. So, but I think if staff were aware of that in future to actually look at that.
There's been substantial, the earthquake damage, there's a lot of uneven ground. There'd be a lot of work to create it. I feel more familiar.
Yeah, there's a lot of lateral spreading, and there's tension cracks which are still open today around the edge. And getting back to that cycleway walkway, it actually is not going to go around the edge there. It's going to go right through the middle where that track is up on the map. So
can I ask how long it would take to get a quote for sheet piling? I'll just ask to get the response first.
Yeah, look, we can work on that straight away. Yep. As you've seen, we've sort of worked through 7 options with the engineering people. That wasn't one that they'd considered, but we're happy to take that back. So we'll just say it's a priority, and I'm not sure how long it takes them to calculate that, but as soon as they
quite relevant to what decision that we make. Because if it was going to be months or years, I wouldn't want to postpone this. But if it was going to be a week, we could. Or within the month before the next meeting?
We would have to bring back a report because there's implications of that option, resource consenting. We would have to probably talk to the estuary people. There's more than just costs associated if you went to decided that was an option that you wanted to look at. I did say we did do a bit of sheet piling down at the beach wall that we've put down at Redcliffs, but you also note that we spent a fortune actually facing that so that it doesn't actually look like sheet piling in any shape or form. Admittedly, that's in a very a lot more complicated site because of flows and that, but there was sheet piling part of that works done by, correct.
Yeah.
And then it's got a huge concrete rim beam on the top. But admittedly that's a lot more complicated site than this. So we have.
Mike, did you want to say something?
Yeah, sorry, it's going to be a comment more on that line because it's more than just the cost to do it, it's the environmental impact and the actual potential of leaching from the landfill through the sheet piling, which is a known factor in it. Yeah.
So did you know that? The landfill can actually leach through the sheet piling, which may well be why it was not brought as an option.
It'll leach through
it will,
yeah.
The rocks
Is it worth noting that we already have resource consent monitoring for landfill leachate on this site, and we're well below those limits. So this is really about a containment of landfill material, as in landfill debris, rather than leachate.
Okay. So there must be a reason why your engineering experts did not put sheet piling in as one of the options, and maybe that would be quite... Ross?
So, yeah, if you look page 61, item number 6 there, we've got the some points around the community views and preferences.
Yep.
And the communities around the estuary, residents across the sea, very passionate about maintaining, protecting the unique estuarine environment. So this would have been a factor that's taken consideration. I think too there's also some work looking at the whole of the estuary area, so I'd imagine there want to be some consistency around that with what is being done. So I would suggest that is why that wasn't considered. But in terms of going back to you, the question, yes, we could get a price for that, I imagine, in a few weeks, but there would need to be more than consideration than just the price.
So going down that road will delay this significantly, and it may not get resource consent, as Dave has said. So, and also I know we've got, the Hutai Trust is passionate about the estuary and very guarded about what goes on, and that may well be the feedback that you've got on that 6.2. I think we're at a point that we really probably should either carry on with this as an option or look at what Phil wants to do. I'm actually happy to move this as an option to get it going. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, because I had to dash out, so I might have missed it. But on the image that we've got from the previous paper, there's a non-CCC owned land site on the other side of the estuary in South Shore. Did you have a discussion about that?
We did touch on non-CCC owned and their responsibility if ECAN.
I don't know whether it's just owned by Lynn's because it's red zoned. So, no. Well, we're taking over it, remember? So I'm just saying, and in terms of the protection that needs to be around this other one, it may be that this is going to come back to us in the very near future. So I'm just highlighting it because if one option is one thing, then we can't really have another option on the other side either. So, and I'm just...
Would you like me to follow that up with the property team? I think they've done due diligence on what's been transferred and not transferred, and so I'll just see what the detail of that landfill is. And
yeah, so I didn't know that was a landfill there. And the other one is the little council-owned lodge.
Little nit, yep.
Yeah, on that side, because it's
and we are doing some work in there at the moment. Exactly the detail I'm not sure, but it's a combination between Helen's team and Parks and Reserves, where we are doing all that foreshore work. We've
passed resolutions about, sort of some of the erosion issues on that part of and we might be able to double up. I mean, do both projects at the same time, just seemed to me.
And look, we have, as an option 3, do nothing in the short term, await a wider community consultation ahead of repairing the site, await an estuary-wide.
I think people will just die of boredom if they have to wait another community consultation on this side. I just think that, I'm not saying hold up this, I actually think that option 1 is very sensible, but I think that option 1 might be very sensible in those 2 other locations as well, but I'd want to sort of kind of want to know.
And we may have already done something there, and so it's not an issue.
Yeah.
But let us come back, and we could come back with a memo on that rather than a report. We'll just get a memo out to councillors
would be good.
On those 2 sites.
Yeah, because we had a deputation this morning from Genevieve, and she was doing some rubbish collection on the site that Leanne's talking about on the other side. And it looked like it could be leaching out.
Right. Looked pretty dire.
A lot of stuff there, so that'd be good. When would we get that memo back?
Look, I'll have to talk to property. I'm sorry, I'm 3 days away from, 5 days away from Christmas, but we'll get it out as soon as we possibly can. Right. It may have all been done, and so it might be just a matter of putting that.
By our first meeting would be fine next year. Tim, you got a question?
Yes, I have, thank you. The key to this, I understand, is to protect the landfill. So we have permission to have leaching to a standard, so that's, and we're well within that. So this is to protect it from sea surges and weather, so we don't get the Fox River. So the key to this is actually not to make it look pretty, so to speak, but to protect it in an event of some kind.
Yes, and the containment of that material, that the landfill material from coming out into the estuary.
Yes.
There will be some leachate. I mean,
Yep,
no leachate's
yep.
good, but it is being monitored and it is well below the levels. But yes, this is primarily to contain and protect against any sea surges that may result in further damage.
And one could presume that if the areas that Leanne's mentioned are of the same nature, that we would be following the same kind of look as these kind of become apparent to us.
Look, I think if the preferred option is if we can replicate that in other areas and it's effective in those areas, yes.
Oh, that's logical, yeah. Thank you very much.
James?
Kia ora. Could you bring up that picture of the yellow line? Yeah. Okay. So whereabouts is the exit to the ocean outfall there? Is it below that yellow line?
Oh, you can see that building just below the line. That's the pump station.
That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Okay. The thing that I want to I'll ask is, have you thought about speaking to Ngai Tuahuriri, because there's a Mahinga Kai site right on the end of that yellow, and there was quite a bit of kōrero and drama about that particular site, right? So I think you just need to, that needs to be high on your list of things that you're considering with respect to this, okay? And then the second thing that I've got is, could you bring up the picture with what Leanne was just talking about, that other landfill site on the other side? Have you got that picture?
That's where the Geotraps is, isn't it?
Genevieve.
Go where the 10 sites are, please.
We're just rolling through the report.
Because the site that Genevieve was talking about was right at the end of Beatty Street.
Yeah.
Is that the same as where your one is?
No, that's not this even. That's different again.
Not this one, the one that's on the other side.
Yeah,
no. Yeah, there, that one.
That one.
No, it's not that.
It's not the same as
the
your
one.
one.
She got that rubbish
Can we
off
put
was
that to the main
higher
screen?
up than that. Right.
There you go.
So
Thank you.
It's the
So that one, see that one on the right, most of the right, that little blip there on the right.
that's at Caspian Street.
Yeah, Caspian.
Street.
She was at Beatty.
Yes, she
which
was.
is further
Right.
up.
So it's
but
not the
that
same one.
Caspian Street site, that's going to be more subjected to more of a southerly. When the southerly comes in, it hits hard there. That's what Parks are doing at the moment, along with whichever the other one is.
That's more vulnerable to storm
Yeah, it's
surge
more
on that
vulnerable.
side.
And we are protecting that whole edge, and so I think we've got that. We're only bringing this one up because it's an issue.
Hang on,
The
Dave.
other-
When you
sorry.
say we are protecting that edge, you mean through the land drainage recovery program?
It's a mixture between parks and land drainage, depending on what we're doing. We've actually got, and that's been through the community board.
There's some
but
work
the exact
already going.
details, it's been through the ITI committee. Exactly, yeah, and we will. And that's what I was going to come back checking.
Right.
That's those two. But this new one that the mayor's brought up, the new pink one,
Yep.
which will potentially transfer, we should be very careful about what liabilities
It's
we're
going to come back to
transferring
us
as
anyway.
that. Yeah.
Okay. That's
So, so my question was, the protection that we're looking at for the ponds side, what's applying to, what is happening at the Caspian Street side on the right?
So it's not a site we've investigated yet. So that's if we go back to the previous report, this is what we want to be able to do is
Do you think there's more risk then on the left-hand side? Is that what you're saying?
what we have with the Bexley side is we have exposed material at the moment.
Right,
so,
okay,
yeah,
I get you. I'm with you.
But
Thanks.
to answer the first part of your question,
Oh yeah, very early on we sent a letter to MKT about what we were doing and what the involvement they wanted, and they basically came back saying they'd like to be informed all the way along. So we've given them a few updates, but we haven't given them an update of this yet, but we will need to do that.
Andrew?
Yeah, thank you. As regards potential investigation of a solution involving sheet piling, as has been suggested, whilst there might be cost benefits, obviously we need to consider environmental and cultural effects and considerations. Considering the consenting environment, and that what would be proposed would be introducing foreign materials, foreign elements into the marine environment, would you anticipate consenting difficulties or objections to a solution like this? I'm guessing on environmental, but possibly on cultural grounds as well. Would you anticipate that might be the case?
Well, it's obviously a natural rock replacement to the existing clay cap. So I guess we're only introducing natural material back to that site. But yeah, we definitely need to investigate the actual consent requirements.
I think you're answering a question different than the one that I asked. My question was as regards the suggestion that we might use sheet piling.
And the difficulty of gaining consent or not.
All right, so we haven't considered that, but that'll, yeah,
That'll
sheet piling wasn't considered, but I take your point as it could be problematic from that aspect.
So you would consider that it could easily be problematic from a consenting viewpoint?
Without investigating, I think potentially it could be, yeah.
Mike? Melanie?
Because for option 1, the effect on rates will be, there won't be any effect on rates because of deferred other renewals. I was wondering what those are, because it says in part 3 of that recommendation about deferring other rates funded renewals. So I was just wondering what you were thinking of deferring.
We have a project that we for the inner city development that we currently we've got an RFQ out. The work that we would hope to have got that started, we won't probably start into the next financial, so we're looking at potentially money available from there. And we are looking at increased revenue available from an activity at Burwood Landfill, with soils coming in through for the next 12 months. That consent lasts through to the end of 2020, and potentially the money from there. So not renewals as such, but we are identifying where we can get money from for funding that option.
Right. So one's a deferred project and one's additional income.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be happy to move option 1 at this stage. Did you have another question, Melanie? Oh, you're second. Okay. Any discussion, Yanni?
Can we just be clear? If another project's being deferred, like Central City, is it the recycling?
It's the inner city of all waste collection. The inner
right.
city. Yep.
So I think we should have formal resolutions that record that, because. Yeah, I just feel a little bit uncomfortable about just suddenly finding money and not having transparency around what's actually going to
So you want that deferral put into the resolution?
Well, I think we should know what the implications are.
How much of the money is that?
I suppose to be clear on that, it is underway, but the capital expenditure won't occur this financial.
So we find the money next year for something else? Yeah, I mean...
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
And can I just sorry to come back to it, but just to be really clear, like there's no opportunity for recreation along this bund, effectively.
We're in debate, Yanni, and that's been raised with the gentlemen, and they have answered that previously. So you're going to look out for any opportunities in any future projects.
Yes.
Any further debate? Phil and then Tim.
So just so I'm clear, if I agree to this, I'm agreeing to going ahead with the 1.3, nothing to do with sheet piling. Okay, so I won't be supporting this because I feel it's better to look at that option. There'll be zero maintenance going forward. I've asked the guy for a price, but he hasn't come back to me yet. That's why I went out of the room. I think it should be looked at. But so if we're doing it the way it's written, I won't be supporting it. Thanks.
Thanks, Phil. I understand that. James. Oh, sorry, Tim, and then James.
Yeah, look, I totally respect and thank for the work that's been done, but I do think, we are a council under pressure, and we've got to look at the options that are more cost effective with regards to the ongoing maintenance. and as we've got sheep piling across the other side of the estuary and Redcliffs, there's obviously been a resource consent granted for that. So I can't see why one side of the estuary wouldn't be getting a resource consent when the other side's already got one. So I do think we've got to be very clever with our money as we go forward, because we don't seem to be adding things, we seem to be losing things. So I will not be supporting this.
James?
I won't repeat what the last two councillors have said, but I agree with them on the principle of the, except I'll say for the principle of the ongoing maintenance cost, and also want to see another option considered. So I won't be supporting it.
Right. Melanie, then Yanni.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll just endorse that. And, you know, like, I think this is important. We do need to address it. But personally, I feel that we should get a second opinion around that issue that's been raised. And also, I mean, I still just, in my mind, look at, you know, this amazing coastline and the desire for recreation along it. And I would just feel a little bit more comfortable having a little bit more explanation about what's happening with the 360 trail, because it's been bubbling away for a long time. So, you know, I think if you look at this report came to the community board, I don't know when, quite a few months ago. It's been deferred. I don't see that having any sort of deferral for a few months or another month over Christmas to allow that extra work to happen would in any way sort of delay this significantly. So I think I'm with the mind of what the other speakers have said. I won't be in a position to support this today, but it is important work that we do need to address.
Right, Melanie, and then Jimmy.
I'll be supporting it because I would have thought that the staff hopefully would have come back with all the, you know, looked at all the options that were appropriate. I think the value on the natural environment by residents is something that we all should be considering, and also that they mentioned that the cost of you know, looking after maintenance each year was actually lower than what they expected. So I'm thinking it won't be as expensive as we think it will be.
Anyone else want to speak to this? Oh, Jimmy.
Because while to me it looks like you know, we have not yet is the overall, you know, the kind of option to mitigate this effect, because while the previous the items particularly emphasize total 133, but these ones under the council owned piece of land is a part of 58, and 3 of 10, you know, to be the screening out, you know, during the last 3 months. We thought that these 3, the area need to be the remediated, particularly regarding to the sea level rise, the one. But I'm concerned, so how about the other one? You know, I still don't know. How about those 48 council-owned piece of land? Where about? When will we do this one? And also outside the council control those 75, those one. What's the other option? Whether have any the cost effective or not? It looks like uncertainty. So to me, you know, we put into annual plan, probably they will raise another the additional the issue, etc. For to me, today's I'm not supporting.
Thanks, Jimmy. Jake.
Just a process question. If there isn't the numbers for option 1 to go ahead, would it be best to foreshadow another motion that this lay on the table while staff investigate alternative options?
Yes.
So I'm happy to move. I'm happy to foreshadow that.
Okay. Mike.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the motion. The estuary is actually a unique natural environment, and when you start putting hard engineering solutions in place, you don't enhance the environment, you're actually going to degrade it. I think we need to be very careful if we start going down that line. This is actually a really good option. I probably would have preferred to go to the full protection, but this is actually a good step in between. But when we talk about the different sides of the estuary, actually a lot of the amenity and natural environment has gone from the other side, the Redcliffs side, because of the sheep piling. We need to protect the estuary, look after the estuary, and you don't do that by actually installing hard engineering solutions into it. So I will be supporting this. resolution.
With the permission of the chair, could I ask a question?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How long would it take to do the investigation
Already
on?
asked that. They don't know. They don't. You don't. You
So
didn't
there's
give me an
no
answer.
there's no date as to when we would expect to get the report back if it was asked for under the foreshadowed motion.
For the sheep piling?
Yeah.
I'd only be guessing.
I mean, there's two issues there. There's the cost of the work, but there's the timeline on the consenting issue.
Exactly.
So
and the likelihood of consent being able to be granted.
Yeah, that's right. Which
Need
would
to
be
do
part
a
of the consent.
feasibility study.
So they don't have an answer.
So, I mean, even an indication, weeks, months?
Years could be. In all fairness, if you get objections to a resource consent, it could take years.
What I wouldn't want to see is people voting against option one because they think that the alternative is going to be viable, when in point of fact either it may not be, or it may take so long to get to a point that damage has already been done that we're trying to avoid. Yeah, that's where I'm coming from. I guess, you know, my position is exactly the same as Mike Davidson's. I'll be quite happy to support the resolution that's put.
Leanne?
Yes, I'll support the motion that we have in front of us, and the reason that I do so is because I thought at the beginning of the debate it would be around the first option or the second option, which was a more expensive and potentially more comprehensive option. But I've listened to staff, and they've talked about how this work has been done further around the estuary and has withstood the earthquake sequence of 2010-11, and so it is capable of doing the work that needs to be done. The other thing that I'm worried about is the potential for central government to make a policy statement across the country in relation to landfill aftercare matters, particularly in the relation to what's happened on the West Coast. And I don't think anyone should close their eyes to what happened after Havelock North and the impact that that's had on a city that has a pristine aquifer-fed water supply, and the impact central government can have by taking a one-size-fits-all approach across the country. So I'm just saying that I would prefer this option. I do understand why a less costly methodology, which has been applied not so much in the estuary environment but within the stormwater, within the ponding system that links to the estuary but is not directly into the estuary. I could understand that you would want to assess that. But I actually think that it might be an unrealistic expectation that that would produce anything other than delay. So that's my contribution to the debate.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll close it by saying, of course, I'm supporting the resolution that I've moved, and for all the reasons that have been given, but particularly that, look, that rain last night was far more intense than I was anticipating, and every time you get something like that, you go, oh, what's going to happen? Who's going to flood? What slip's going to happen? Now I'll be thinking, heck, is it going to wipe Bexley out, or if you get a storm? And we can get one at any time, and we know that now. And I'm not prepared to risk in having an environmental disaster on our very own doorstep when we've had the warning from Fox River. I mean, that would just be remiss of us not to act. And even though I would have loved to have had the information about the sheep piling, I think that it's going to be a huge risk in the time factor in getting that through if it was viable, and it would be in the resource consenting area. So for those reasons, and I think we really need to get on with this, plus I think that this option is going to actually look good, it's going to be robust, we've been assured of that by the example we've already got, and so I'm going to support it just so we can actually get on with it. So on that note, I'll put the motion, and I do hope you support it. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Can we see the noes? Raise the hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 3.
On a division.
You might as well.
We really have a division.
You might as well record a division.
cancelling is at 7 all. Have we got 14?
So we're going to call a division.
4,
Yeah.
6, 8, 10.
Go, David.
13.
Yes, I'm sure somebody would have made sure we had a quorum.
Johansson? No. Galloway? That was a yes. Daniels?
No.
Coco? Yes. Chen? Oh. Lanier?
Yes.
Councillor Scander? No. Councillor Major? No. Councillor Keogh?
No.
Councillor Davidson? Yes. Councillor Cotter?
Yes.
Councillor Turner?
Yes.
So that's 7-6 lost.
I have 6 for yes and 7 for no.
Right, so that's lost. Thank you. So we need your format shadowed motion.
I'm happy to second it.
I've already seconded it.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mike. Yeah. I'm looking for it. I haven't got it up yet. Where is it? It's not up yet, is it? Can you read it out? Sorry, Mike.
That the report be left on the table while staff investigate other options, including sheet piling.
Can we do that? Can we leave a report that we just voted against on the table?
We've just voted the recommendation down.
Oh,
Oh, I see, yeah, okay. Ian's not here today to advise us.
Will become a new report though.
Yeah. No,
It becomes a new report if they want different options.
no, they can to bring forward.
so what would happen if the sheet piling doesn't? What would happen if the sheet piling didn't pan out in the staff's
Well,
view?
they'd
then
still have to come back to council and get a decision. But it doesn't rule out
and
what we've
then-
just decided.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? All right,
Just put it.
Mike. Mike wants to speak to it.
Look, just really quickly, I
Sorry,
think for
just,
a council that values...
Oh, just the wording hasn't included the sheet piling as part of the...
Including sheet piling.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike, start again.
Is a council that obviously values environmental well-being and also declared ecological emergency to actually go down this pathway, which we know will have a negative impact on a very unique natural environment, is actually shocking. It's actually disappointing to hear from this council. I will not be supporting this motion as it stands.
Phil?
I think people understand, when I say sheet piling, I'm not saying out in the water, you won't see it. It will be flush with the ground right at the landfill edge. If you look at the cross sections, in some cases it's probably 3 metres back from the water's edge, but it's just a line of last resistance. So you could go along there, slam all the sheet piles in and put them all down to ground level, and you won't see it. It won't be a wall of iron along the side of the thing that looks ghastly. That's the last thing I want to do.
Right. Do you want to close it, Jake? And I'll put Yanni first. Yanni?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think for some of us, well, for me anyway, voting not to proceed with the earlier one doesn't mean that I'm necessarily supporting the sheet piling. But I've heard my colleagues say they'd like more information, and I've also raised about getting more information about other things as well. And I think it's perfectly reasonable. Don't think there's any shame in councils listening to our colleagues and saying, actually, we'd like to spend a little bit more time getting some more information so that when we come to make the decision, we make a good decision based on all the advice that we need. So personally, I don't think it's fair to attack us for not supporting the options previously. I'm more than happy to allow my colleagues, particularly my new council colleagues who have since being elected prior to this after this has gone to the community board to get the information that they require. So I have no qualms about this. I support getting the information back. I would have liked to have some information back on the recreation. I'll just follow that up offline anyway.
That'd be good, thanks, Yanni. Tim, and then Andrew.
Thank you. I'm fully aware of the need to get information on this and to get this moving, because if we look at the natural environment of the estuary, we've got a landfill, which is part of it, which is not very natural, let's be honest. We then have a line in the coast with regards to the edge of a sewage pond, which is, arguably, is that natural? No, not really. Then on the Redcliffe side, we've got the piling, which you can't see at all, that are made to look kind of natural, but that's not natural. So I think when we talk about the natural environment, it's about protecting what is left there, but we've got to do that responsibly, and I think to get as much information as we can, and that is all we're asking for, further information on this to go forward, and that's all I'm asking for.
Andrew, then James.
Thank you. Given that we've got to where we've got to, obviously I'm keen to progress a solution as quickly as possible. I've got no doubt that the information, when it comes back, will canvass some of the issues that have been raised in questions, and it will be good to get that information in a firm and definite way so that we can take it into account. So without any prejudice as to what the outcome might be, given that we've turned down the option that was previously proposed and we're now asking for further information, I would prefer us to have the further information than not, and I would request that information be brought back as quickly as possible, but also as fully as possible so that we understand all of the implications.
James.
Kia ora. I appreciate and endorse the comments of Yanni. Thank you. And I also, I'm not saying that I want sheet piling, but I want to know more about this. I didn't know anything about this until I got here.
Yeah, that's fine. Aaron?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, we're not in an imminent danger of a catastrophe. Touch wood. Yeah, famous last words.
Yeah, we finished at lunchtime.
But if my only concern around the whole thing, because we should be as fiscally responsible as possible at all times, but my only concern would be if it comes back that the consenting process would take months or years, then if that process makes a mockery of the entire system, if we're trying to do something to protect an environment, and yet it'll be held up by months or years because of a system that's there to protect the environment.
Interesting, isn't it?
Like hardy ha ha.
Yeah. Are you speaking, Jake? So I'll quickly make a comment that yes, I agree with Andrew. I also agree with Mike. I'm quite outraged at this because I do think there is a sense of urgency. We can be complacent, but in retrospect, if something happens, we would kick ourselves and it would hurt. But I will reluctantly agree with this so that we are doing something rather than nothing.
I'll just quickly say that I agree with Andrew's comments. For me, I'm strongly leaning towards option one. I suspect that at the end of the day, that's where we'll get to. But for me, this is about being definite in our decision making. I just didn't feel that all the information was necessarily to hand. And yeah, that's it.
Well,
I know it's important to note that when this information does come back, issues around how long or how difficult this might be to consent will be canvassed at that time, and we can make a call accordingly.
Yeah, thank you. Well said. All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's Mike opposed. Okay, thank you. And I'll call upon my trusty deputy, James, to do the karakia.
Tuahau, kei te miri, whakamutunga, mō te hui o te rā. Te tapu o tātou kōrero, ka whakaokea ki te whare, which is our speaking is finished and the mana comes back to the chambers. Kia ora.
Ka pai, kia ora. So I'll close the meeting. Thank you, guys. Hey, look, we've got